The forest stopped making sound the moment we turned off the main road. Not slowly, not naturally. It was like someone reached in and muted the world. Even the tires of our car felt different after that point, like we weren't driving on gravel anymore, but on something softer, almost alive. My wife noticed it first. She leaned closer to the window and whispered that she couldn't hear the birds anymore. And she was right. Not a single bird, not wind in the trees, not even insects. Just silence, thick and uncomfortable, like the air itself was holding its breath. I remember tightening my grip on the steering wheel and trying to laugh it off. I told her maybe we were just too deep in the hills now. But even as I said it, I didn't believe it. Because I've been in forests before. They're never this quiet. The GPS had already stopped working 20 minutes back. The rental listing said Black Hollow Cabin, secluded nature retreat, cheap price. Almost suspiciously cheap. I remember thinking that at the time, but we needed somewhere quiet, somewhere far from people. Now I was wondering if far from people was the wrong thing to want. The road narrowed again, branches scraping the sides of the car like fingernails. And then I saw it. A gap between the trees. A small wooden mailbox leaning sideways. And beyond it, the cabin. It didn't look abandoned. That was the first strange thing. It looked maintained, like someone still cared for it. The wood was dark, almost black from age but not rotten. The windows were clean enough to reflect the sky. The porch light was off, but the bulb looked new. That should have been reassuring. It was, because there was no sound around it. No wind moving through the porch swing. No creaking wood. Nothing. Just that same unnatural silence pressing against my ears like pressure underwater. My wife said softly, "It feels like we're being watched." I didn't answer right away, because I felt it too. Not eyes exactly. More like attention. Like the cabin already knew we were there. We stepped out of the car, and the silence became worse. That's the only way I can describe it. Worse. Like the world had been turned down another level just for us. I opened the trunk and grabbed our bags, trying to focus on normal things. Keys, doors, luggage, anything that felt real. That's when I noticed the first detail that didn't make sense. There were no animal tracks in the dirt. No bugs on the porch light. No spider webs in the corners of the roof. A forest cabin should be full of life, even in decay. This one felt cleaned. Too clean. My wife stopped at the bottom of the porch steps. She wasn't moving. "What is it?" I asked her. She shook her head slowly. "I don't know, it just feels wrong to go inside." That was the moment I almost suggested leaving. Almost. But then I remembered the drive, the distance, the fact that there was no signal, no nearby town, and nowhere else to go without turning back for hours. So I climbed the steps. Each step made a sound, but delayed. Like the wood didn't want to respond immediately. Tap, then silence, then the echo of the tap. I paused at the door. And that's when I noticed the second strange thing. The door wasn't fully closed. It was slightly open. Just a few centimeters. Like someone inside had been waiting for us to arrive. I looked back at my wife. She was watching the door now, her face tense. "I didn't book it open," she whispered. That should have been the moment we left. But something about the open door felt less like an invitation, and more like something had already happened inside, and closing it wouldn't change that. I pushed it open. The cabin smelled normal. That was the worst part. Wood dust, a faint trace of soap. No rot, no mold, no dead air. It looked like someone had just stepped out a moment ago. We stepped inside together, and the silence changed shape. Outside silence is empty. Inside this cabin, the silence felt occupied, like it had weight. like it was sharing the room with us. I set my bag down slowly. My wife stayed close to me, her fingers lightly gripping my sleeve without realizing it. The living room was simple: a couch, a table, a fireplace with stacked wood beside it. Everything was too orderly. Even the firewood was arranged in perfect symmetry. That's when I heard it. A sound so faint I almost convinced myself it was my imagination. Breathing. I froze instantly. My wife noticed my expression. "Did you hear that?" I didn't answer right away because I wasn't sure. Then it came again. Inhale. Long, slow. From somewhere outside. Not wind. Not animals. Something deliberate. Something patient. We both moved closer to the window at the same time. The forest outside was still. Completely still. No movement between the trees. No shapes. But the breathing continued. Not loud. Not close. Just present. Like it was coming from the walls of the world itself. My wife whispered, "It's outside." And then, almost immediately after she said it, the breathing stopped. Complete silence returned. That silence was worse than the sound, because now it felt like whatever it was knew we were listening. I tried to rationalize it, wind through hollow wood, old pipes, pressure changes, anything. But none of those explanations made sense in a forest that had no wind. We moved deeper into the cabin, checking rooms. Kitchen empty, clean. Bathroom, dry towels folded neatly. Bedroom, one bed, perfectly made. No signs of dust being disturbed anywhere. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that the cabin wasn't empty. That's when the third strange thing happened. My wife stopped in the hallway. She tilted her head slightly, like she was trying to listen through the walls. "I hear it again," she said quietly. I didn't hear anything at first. Then I did. Breathing. But this time, it wasn't outside. It was inside the cabin. Somewhere in the walls. Slow. Controlled. Like something was pressed between the wooden panels, breathing through the structure itself. I felt my stomach tighten. My mind immediately tried to reject it. No one can breathe inside walls. That's impossible. But the sound continued. Soft inhale. Long exhale. Perfect rhythm. Too calm. Too aware. My wife stepped back slightly. "Tell me you hear that too." I nodded, even though I didn't want to. And that's when the cabin made its first real mistake. The breathing stopped, exactly when I looked directly at the wall. Like it knew I was paying attention. A few seconds of silence followed. Then, one single breath. Right behind us. Close enough that I could feel it on my neck. We both turned instantly. Nothing. Empty hallway. But the air felt different now. Warmer. Like something had just stepped away from where we were standing. My wife grabbed my hand tightly. "We should leave," she said again, more urgently this time. And I almost agreed. Almost. But as I turned toward the door, I noticed something that made my entire body go cold. The front door was now closed. We had left it open. I was certain of it. My wife saw it too. Her grip on my hand tightened until it hurt. And from behind the door, a slow inhale. Not outside anymore. Not in the walls either. Right there, on the other side of the wood. Waiting. Breathing. Like it had been there the entire time, just waiting for us to notice it properly. And in that moment, I realized something that made my thoughts go completely still. We were not inside the cabin alone. We were inside something that was already awake. And it had been breathing long before we arrived. The first thing that changed after sunset was the silence. It didn't disappear. It deepened, like the cabin was slowly sinking into something heavier than night. We didn't turn on all the lights. Something about it felt wrong. So only the kitchen bulb stayed on, casting a weak yellow glow across the wooden walls. And even that light felt tired. My wife kept glancing at the front door like it might open on its own. I tried to act normal. I made tea just to give my hands something to do. But my mind kept replaying the same thing. That breath behind the door. Not wind. Not imagination. A controlled inhale, like something waiting politely. And now, hours later, I still couldn't decide what scared me more. What we heard, or the fact that it didn't follow us when we moved deeper inside. Because something about that felt intentional. Like it wanted us inside. My wife finally spoke around 9 p.m. Her voice was low. "I don't like how quiet it is." I almost laughed, but it came out wrong. It's a cabin in the middle of nowhere. That's kind of the point. She didn't smile. She walked to the window instead, pulled the curtain slightly and looked out. Then she froze. I noticed it immediately. "What?" She didn't answer for a few seconds. Then she said, "There's no movement, not even the trees." I walked over, and she was right. The forest outside wasn't just quiet. It was still in a way that didn't feel natural. No wind, no branches shifting, no insects, nothing. Even the shadows looked frozen, like the world had paused just outside our glass. And then, that's when we heard it for the first time at night. A breath, soft, slow, outside the cabin. We both went still instantly. It didn't come from one direction. It felt everywhere at once, like the sound was attached to the walls of the cabin itself. Inhale, long and steady. Then exhale, too smooth, too controlled. My wife whispered, "Is that wind?" I didn't answer because I already knew it was. Wind doesn't breathe like that. The sound stopped for a moment, then started again. Closer. We stepped away from the window slowly, like sudden movement might make it notice us. The cabin creaked under our weight, and for a second I thought the sound outside would react. But it didn't. It just kept breathing. We sat on the couch, not talking. Time felt wrong after that. I checked my phone out of habit. No signal, still nothing. But the clock was working. 7 p.m. And that's when I noticed the second strange thing. The breathing wasn't random. It had rhythm, a pattern. Inhale, pause, exhale, pause. Almost like counting, almost like learning. My wife noticed it too. "It's repeating," she whispered. I leaned forward slightly, listening harder. And then something inside me tightened. Because it wasn't just repeating. It was sinking. Not with the wind. Not with nature. With something inside the cabin. I don't know how I realized it at first. But my own breathing felt too loud suddenly. Every inhale I took seemed to match the timing outside. Like it was adjusting itself to me. I forced myself to breathe slower. The sound outside slowed too. I stopped breathing completely for a second. The cabin went silent. Then, one single breath outside. Delayed. As if it was waiting for me to continue. My wife grabbed my arm. Her nails dug into my skin. "We need to leave now," she said again, sharper this time. I stood up immediately. Okay, we go." But when I reached the door, something made me stop. The door was still closed. Locked. We hadn't locked it. I was sure of that. My wife walked up behind me slowly. "Did you lock it?" I shook my head. We both stared at it. And for a moment, neither of us moved. Because from the other side, the breathing stopped. Total silence. That silence lasted maybe 5 seconds. Then came something worse. A knock. Soft. Not urgent. Almost careful. Like it didn't want to disturb us. My wife stepped back instantly. I didn't move. Another knock. Same place. Same rhythm. Not random. Controlled. I whispered, "Don't answer it." But even as I said it, I felt something strange. Curiosity. Not fear first. Curiosity. Because whatever was outside wasn't acting like an animal. It wasn't acting like a person either. It was acting like it understood us. The knocking stopped. Then the breathing returned. But now it was different. Closer. Much closer. Like it had moved right up to the door again. My wife backed away toward the hallway. "It's inside now," she whispered. I shook my head fast. "No, it's outside. It has to be outside." But even as I said it, I didn't believe it. Because the sound wasn't just coming through the door anymore. It felt like it was inside the wood. Inside the frame. Inside the structure itself. Like the cabin had become part of it. 2:50 p.m. The clock ticked louder than before. Tick, tick, and between each tick, breathing. We sat in the living room again, but now neither of us sat comfortably. Every sound in the cabin felt connected. The wood settling, the fridge humming, even our clothes shifting when we moved. All of it felt like it was being observed. Then something changed. The breathing outside slowed, deepened, and grew louder. Not suddenly, not sharply, just closer with time. Like it was walking around the cabin in a circle. My wife whispered, "It's moving." And she was right. We could track it now. Left side of the cabin. Then front. Then right. Slow. Deliberate. Like it was studying the structure. Learning where we were inside it. And then it stopped at the back wall. The breathing paused there. Completely still for a moment. I remember holding my breath without thinking. Waiting. And that's when it happened. A new sound joined it. Scrape. Very faint. Like fabric or skin brushing wood. My wife stood up immediately. "What is that?" I didn't answer. Because I didn't know. The scraping continued. Slow. Gentle. Like something was leaning against the wall. Then the breathing returned. But now it was directly behind us. Inside the cabin wall. I turned slowly toward the hallway. The wooden panels looked normal. Too normal. And that was the problem. Because I knew something was wrong behind them. Something that didn't belong there. My wife whispered, almost breaking, "It's in the walls." And as soon as she said it, the breathing stopped again. Instant silence. Like it heard her. Like it reacted. The cabin felt colder after that. Not physically cold. Emotionally cold. Like the air had lost meaning. We didn't speak for a while. I don't know how long. But at some point, I noticed something I can't explain. The rhythm of my heartbeat felt wrong. It wasn't matching mine anymore. It was matching the cabin. Slow. Controlled. Waiting. 11 p.m. The clock hit the hour. And every single wooden wall in the cabin took a breath at the same time. Not loud. Not violent. Just one synchronized inhale. Like the entire structure had lungs we never knew existed. And in that moment, I realized something I still don't fully understand. We weren't hearing something outside the cabin. We were inside something that was learning how to breathe like us. The walls were warm, not inside, outside, and I only realized it when I pressed my hand against the wood and felt it push back with a slow, living heat. My breath stopped instantly, because wood shouldn't feel like skin. It happened right after midnight. The cabin had gone quiet again after that synchronized breathing moment. Too quiet, the kind of quiet that feels staged, like the world is waiting for a signal. My wife was sitting on the couch, knees pulled up, staring at the hallway without blinking. Neither of us had spoken for a long time. We were both listening for something we didn't want to hear again. Then I noticed it. A faint warmth near my side of the cabin. At first, I thought it was the heater, but there was no heater running. I stood slowly and walked toward the wall. The wooden panels looked normal, dark still, old. But when I placed my palm on it, it was warm. Not slightly warm. Not natural warmth. Human warmth. Like someone had been standing outside, pressed right against it for a long time. I pulled my hand back immediately. My wife noticed my face. "What is it?" I didn't answer at first. I couldn't explain it without sounding insane. I walked to the next wall instead. Same thing. Warm. Too warm. Like the entire cabin had become surrounded by something living. My wife stood up slowly now. "It's getting worse, isn't it?" I nodded without thinking. Because it was. The warmth wasn't random. It was spreading. Slowly. Like heat moving through veins. We stood in the middle of the living room now, both of us listening harder than before. And that's when I noticed something else. The breathing was back, but not loud this time. Not obvious. It was faint. Right outside. Slow inhale. Slow exhale. But now it wasn't just sound. It had weight. Like the air itself was moving with it. My wife whispered, "It's touching the walls again." And she was right. Because the warmth shifted. I could feel it move from one side of the cabin to another. Like something was walking around us, pressing itself against each wall as it moved. Not fast. Patient. Almost curious. Then it stopped at the back wall. And stayed there. Longer this time. The warmth there grew stronger. I could feel it from across the room. My stomach tightened. Because I understood something without wanting to. Whatever was outside wasn't just standing there anymore. It was learning the shape of the cabin. My wife suddenly stepped back. "Did you feel that?" I didn't have to ask what she meant. A pressure shift. Very slight. Like the wood had just bent inward for a second. Then released. A soft groan from the structure. Not breaking. Breathing. I moved closer again slowly. And that's when I saw it. A faint dark patch on the wood. Like condensation. But thicker. Almost oily. It wasn't there before. I touched it lightly. It wasn't wet. It was warm. My hand froze instantly. Because it felt like touching something that had just exhaled. Behind the wall. My wife saw it too now. Her voice cracked slightly. "That wasn't there earlier." "No," I said quietly, "it was." We both stared at it. And for the first time, I noticed something underneath the breathing. A pattern. Not random. Not chaotic. It matched something. Not the wind. Not animals. Not anything natural. It matched us. Every time I shifted my stance, the breathing adjusted slightly. Every time my wife moved, the warmth changed position. Like it was tracking us. Learning us. And that's when something terrifying happened. The cabin responded. A soft creak ran through the wall I was touching, not from settling wood, from pressure, like something on the other side leaned closer. My hand stayed frozen on the wood. I didn't move. Neither did my wife. Then, a breath, right through the wall. Not loud, not sharp, just close enough that I felt it in my teeth. I stepped back instantly. My wife covered her mouth, trying not to make a sound. Because now we understood something new. It wasn't just outside. It wasn't just inside the walls. It was pressed against every side of us. All at once, the cabin felt smaller after that, like the walls had shifted inward slightly. Or maybe we had moved closer without realizing it. I checked the clock again. 1:18 a.m. Time felt wrong. Too slow. Too aware of itself. The warmth kept spreading. Now even the floorboards felt slightly heated under my feet. I looked at my wife. She looked pale, tired, like she hadn't blinked in a long time. "I think it's trying to get in," she whispered. I wanted to deny it, but I couldn't, because the breathing outside had changed again. It was no longer circling, no longer searching. It had stopped moving, all around us, perfectly still, and then it began pressing. Not violently, not fast, slow pressure against every wall at once, like a face leaning into glass, testing it, feeling the resistance. The cabin creaked again, longer this time, a deep, slow groan that came from the entire structure. My wife grabbed my arm tightly. "We leave now." I nodded immediately, but when I turned toward the door, the hallway felt longer. That was the first thing I noticed. The distance didn't make sense. The door should have been close. It was. It looked farther away than before, like the cabin had stretched itself slightly. My stomach dropped. "Did the hallway get longer?" I whispered. My wife didn't answer. She just stared at it, because she saw it too. The hallway wasn't the same. The perspective had changed. The walls looked closer together near the ceiling, like the structure was narrowing upward. We moved carefully anyway. Slow steps, careful breathing, but every step made the wood respond. Soft pressure sounds under us, like something underneath. The floor was breathing back at our movement. Halfway down the hallway, I stopped, because I felt it. Warmth behind me. I turned slightly. The wall we had just passed was now warmer than before. Much warmer. And I realized something horrifying. The warmth wasn't staying still. It was following us, like it was mapping our path. My wife noticed my expression and whispered, "Don't stop." We kept moving, but the cabin changed again. The hallway light flickered once, then stabilized. But in that single flicker, I saw something I shouldn't have seen. A faint shadow behind the wall. Not moving, just present, right behind the wood, pressed flat, like a face without shape. I froze. My wife tugged my arm. "Don't look at it." But I had already seen it. And the worst part was not the shape. It was the stillness. Because whatever it wasn't rushing. It wasn't angry. It was patient, like it had all the time in the world. We finally reached the front door. I grabbed the handle. Locked. Still locked. I turned the key quickly. My hands were shaking. The lock clicked. Once, twice, the sound echoed too loudly. Behind us, the breathing returned instantly, right behind our backs. My wife gasped. I pulled the door harder. It didn't open. It stuck, like something on the other side was holding it shut. Not pushing, just holding. We both froze, and then the cabin made its final change for the night. Every wall warmed at the same time. Not gradually, instantly, like a body flushing with heat. And the breathing outside stopped completely. No sound, no movement, just silence. The kind of silence that comes right before something decides. My wife whispered, barely audible, "It's inside now, isn't it?" I didn't answer, because I was looking at the wood beside the door. And I could see it clearly now. A slow rise and fall, like the cabin itself had started breathing on its own. And whatever was outside was no longer outside anymore. The snow outside wasn't supposed to have footprints, but they were there, leading straight to us, and stopping right at the cabin door. I stood frozen on the porch, my hand still on the door handle from last night, my body refusing to move forward or backward, because what I was seeing didn't make sense. The entire forest was covered in white, clean, fresh, untouched, except for one line of prints, slow, heavy, human-shaped, coming from the trees and ending right at our threshold. No return path, no exit, just arrival. My wife stepped beside me slowly, still half awake, her hair messy, her breath visible in the cold morning air. Then she saw them. She didn't say anything at first. She just stopped breathing for a second. That silence in her reaction told me everything. "Those weren't there last night," she whispered finally. I nodded slowly, because I knew. We would have seen them. We would have heard something. But the cabin had been too alive last night for us to notice anything outside it. And that thought made my stomach tighten. I stepped off the porch carefully. The snow was hard under my boots, cold enough to feel normal. Too normal. I followed the footprints with my eyes first. They came from the tree line, not random trees. A specific gap between them, like someone had been standing there for a long time before walking forward. My wife grabbed my sleeve. "Don't go closer." But I couldn't stop staring, because something about the prints felt wrong in a way I couldn't explain yet. They were too deep, too steady. No hesitation marks, no slipping, like whoever made them didn't care about snow or cold or terrain. Like they knew exactly where to step before they even moved. I walked down anyway, slow, careful. Every step I took made the snow crunch too loudly in my ears. The forest was still, but not the same stillness as last night. This was worse. This was daylight silence, the kind of silence that pretends everything is fine, but isn't. I reached the first footprint and stopped. It was deep, but not just deep. Pressed, like the snow had been pushed down slowly. Not stepped on, pressed into. My breath caught slightly, because the shape wasn't fully normal. The toes were slightly elongated, not deformed, just wrong enough to notice if you look too long. My wife called from behind me, tense, "What do you see?" I didn't answer immediately, because I was noticing something else now. The prints didn't just come from the forest. They came from a direction that made no sense. They came from all around, not a single path, like the forest itself had rearranged where they started. I moved along them slowly. Each step I took felt like I was following a thought instead of a person. Then I noticed something that made my skin go cold. Halfway along the trail, the prints became slightly lighter. Not fading, just less defined, like whoever made them had slowed down. or stopped being fully physical for a moment. I knelt down carefully. My fingers hovered above one print, and that's when I felt it. Warmth, under the snow. I pulled my hand back instantly. My wife's voice tightened. Is it blood? No, I said slowly. It's warm. That shouldn't have been possible. Snow should be cold all the way through. But under that print, the ground felt like it had been recently touched by something alive. My mind tried to reject it, but my body didn't. My body already knew something was wrong. I stood up quickly, and that's when I realized something worse. The footprints weren't just leading to the cabin. They were stopping, all of them, right at different points around the cabin. Not just the door, but every side. North, south, east, west, like something had circled us during the night, and then decided where to stand. I turned slowly toward the cabin, and my stomach dropped, because now I could see it clearly. There were multiple sets of footprints. Not one, at least 3 different paths converging on us, all ending at different walls. My wife stepped back slightly. There were more than one. I didn't answer, because I was counting, and the number didn't feel right. It kept shifting when I looked away, like my mind refused to lock onto it. Then something moved. Not in the forest, inside the cabin. A soft creak from the wood. We both turned instantly. The cabin looked normal from the outside. Too normal. That was the problem. After everything last night, normal felt like a lie trying too hard. The windows were dark, but I could feel it again. That presence, not outside anymore. Not pressing, just there, like it had stayed behind when the breathing stopped. My wife whispered, "Do you think it followed us into the morning?" I didn't answer, because I wasn't sure it had ever stopped. We went back inside, slowly, carefully, like stepping into a place that might not belong to us anymore. The warmth from last night was gone, but something else replaced it. Stillness, heavy stillness, the kind that feels watched. The kitchen was exactly how we left it, but something subtle had changed. The chairs were slightly shifted. Not much, just enough to notice if you remembered perfectly. I did. I remember everything from last night too clearly. My wife noticed it too. "Did you move that chair?" I shook my head. We didn't touch anything. Neither of us had. We both stood in silence for a moment. Then, a sound. Outside. Soft. A breath. My body reacted instantly. Cold panic rising before thought. But this time it was different, because it wasn't circling the cabin anymore. It was stationary, right at the front wall. We moved closer to the window together. Slow, careful, and there it was. Nothing visible. No shape. No movement. Just snow. And silence. But the breathing continued. In daylight. Soft inhale. Soft exhale. Like it didn't care that the sun was up. My wife whispered, "It's still here." I nodded slowly, because I could feel it now too. Not through sound, through presence. Like the cabin had become a container for it, and it had no reason to leave. Then something happened that made everything worse. The snow outside the window shifted. Not falling, not melting, moving, like something underneath it had adjusted its position. A slow drag across the ground. My wife stepped back instantly. "Did you see that?" "Yes," I said quietly. Then another shift. Closer. Not random. Approaching. Step by step. But without footsteps. I looked at the snow again. And that's when I realized something terrifying. The footprints from last night were changing. They were fading. Not disappearing. Being overwritten. Like something new was stepping exactly into them. Perfectly aligned. Following its own path. Using the old ones like a guide. My breathing slowed without me noticing. Because I understood the implication. It wasn't just visiting anymore. It was learning routes. Learning patterns. Learning us. My wife suddenly grabbed my arm tightly. We should go now, while it's daylight. I wanted to agree. I really did. But when I looked at the door again, the handle was slightly turned. Just a few degrees. Not enough to be open, but enough to show something had touched it. From the outside, my stomach dropped, because I knew we hadn't moved since we came inside, and nothing inside had gone out. So something had come back, or never left at all. The breathing outside paused. For the first time that morning, complete silence returned. And in that silence, I heard something that made my chest go tight. A soft step, right on the porch. Not snow crunch. Wood creak. Like something had just stood up there, waiting. And then, a single breath pressed gently against the door, as if checking whether we were still inside. The road behind us looked longer than it should have. Not physically longer, just heavier, like the forest didn't want to let the car go. My wife kept looking back through the rear window, her face pale, her hands still shaking even after we left the cabin. Neither of us had spoken for almost 10 minutes. Because what do you say after something follows your breathing? The cabin was gone behind the trees now. But I still felt it. Not in memory. In my chest. Like something had synced itself to me and didn't disconnect when we drove away. My wife finally broke the silence. It stopped following us right. I didn't answer immediately, because I wasn't sure what following even meant anymore. The breathing hadn't stopped last night. Not really. It just changed form. Like it didn't need distance anymore. I gripped the steering wheel tighter. We left, I said finally. That's what matters. But even as I said it, I didn't believe it fully. Because I kept thinking about the last moment. The breath against the door. Not loud. Not aggressive. Just patient. Like it had all the time in the world. My wife leaned her head back against the seat. I feel like I'm still hearing it. That made me look at her instantly. What do you mean? She hesitated. It's faint like in my ears or maybe my head, I can't tell. I didn't respond. Because I felt it too. A rhythm. Barely there. Inhale, pause, exhale. But that wasn't possible. We were miles away now. Different roads, different elevation, open air. No cabin. No walls. Nothing that should carry sound like that. I turned up the radio. Static. Then a weak signal. Then music. But underneath everything. Still there. The breathing. I turned it off immediately. My wife noticed. You heard it too. I nodded slowly. And something cold settled between us. Because that meant it wasn't the cabin anymore. It wasn't the place. It was something else. Something that didn't need location. The rest of the drive felt unreal. Like the world outside the car was slightly delayed. Trees moved too smoothly. Shadows didn't match the sun properly. Even people we passed on the road felt distant, like they were behind glass. We reached the city by afternoon. Noise, traffic, life. Normal sounds. But nothing felt normal anymore, because the silence inside my head hadn't left. We checked into a cheap motel near the highway. Nothing fancy, just somewhere to stop thinking. My wife went straight to the bed and sat down, still staring at nothing. I stood near the window, trying to convince myself it was over. That places don't stay with you. That sound doesn't travel like memory. That fear fades. But then my phone buzzed. I almost ignored it. Unknown number. One notification. A short message. No name. No subject. Just text. New review posted for Black Hollow Cabin. My stomach tightened instantly. I shouldn't have opened it, but I did. The listing was still online. Same photos. Same description. Remote forest cabin, peaceful retreat, perfect for quiet stays. My throat went dry, because that was wrong. It shouldn't still exist. We should have been the last booking. My wife noticed my face. What is it? I didn't answer. I just showed her the screen. She read it slowly, then frowned. But we left a review yesterday before leaving, didn't we? I froze. Because we didn't. We hadn't been able to focus on anything but getting out. I checked the review section. There was one new entry. Posted today. Timestamp 2 hours after we left. My hands started to feel cold. I opened it. The review was short. Too short. Just a few lines. I stayed at Black Hollow Cabin. The walls breathe at night. Don't stay too long, it learns you. My wife leaned closer. That's what we said. I looked at her sharply. We never wrote anything like that. She shook her head. No, I mean it sounds like us. I didn't like that sentence. Sounds like us. Because that implied something had a version of us. And used it. I scrolled down. More reviews appeared. Older ones. But they weren't there before. I was certain of it. Each one said similar things. The breathing doesn't stop when you leave. It follows your sleep. I hear it in my apartment now. My wife's voice dropped. Kashif, this is impossible. I agreed silently. But the screen didn't care about impossible. It kept showing them. More reviews appearing in real time. As if people were still staying there. Right now. I shut the phone off completely. The room felt smaller after that. My wife lay down but didn't close her eyes. Neither did I. Hours passed. Or maybe minutes. Time was starting to lose structure again. Then it happened. Soft. Almost polite. A breath. I sat up instantly. My wife did too. We looked at each other at the same time. No words needed. It wasn't the room. Not the motel. Not outside. It was inside the silence again. The same rhythm. Inhale. Pause. Exhale. I checked the vents. Nothing. The walls. Nothing visible. But the sound was there. Clearer now. Like it had learned how to travel with us. My wife whispered, "It's not gone." I didn't answer, because I realized something worse. It had never been inside the cabin. The cabin was just where we first noticed it. A place where it had enough attention to become real to us. I stood up slowly, walked to the door, pressed my hand against it. Cold, normal, but behind that normal surface, I felt it again. A faint warmth. Not strong. Not obvious. Just enough to remind me of wood. Of pressure. Of waiting. I pulled my hand back immediately. My wife sat up fully now. What are you doing? I didn't answer right away, because I was thinking about the footprints, the way they stopped, not outside the cabin, but around it, like something had already been surrounding us before we even entered. And I thought about the breathing sinking with us, matching us, learning us, adapting. My voice came out quieter than I expected. I think it doesn't need the cabin anymore. My wife stared at me. Then what does it need? I looked at her, and I didn't like the answer forming in my head, because it wasn't about place. It wasn't about structure. It wasn't even about sound. It was about repetition. It was about patterns. It was about us continuing to exist the same way long enough for it to copy. My phone turned itself back on. No touch. No notification sound. Just light. The screen lit up again. The black hollow listing was open. But something new was there. A new photo. Uploaded just now. My hands went cold. It was our motel room, taken from the corner, where the ceiling meets the wall. My wife saw it at the same time. Her breath stopped, and in that exact moment, the breathing in the room stopped too. Complete silence, the kind that feels like something is deciding whether to continue. We didn't move. We didn't speak. We just waited. Then the screen changed again. One new message appeared under the photo. No sender. No timestamp. Just one line. You left the door open. My wife grabbed my arm so hard it hurt. And somewhere inside the silence of the room, something finally took a breath again. But this time, it wasn't trying to match us anymore. It was already ahead of us. The radio cracked at 2:13 a.m. like it was already half dead. Unit 3, do you copy? I sat up in the ranger station chair before I even fully understood the sound. The kind of sound that doesn't belong to a normal night shift. Static layered over a voice that sounded too close to the mic. Too close, like someone was breathing into it. I grabbed the receiver slowly. My hand didn't feel fully awake. Unit 3 here, I said. Go ahead. A pause followed. Not empty, not quiet. A pause filled with something that sounded like inhaling. Then the voice came back. I'm at cabin 19. My eyes shifted instantly to the board on the wall. Cabin 19. Abandoned. Officially closed for over 5 years. No one is assigned there, I said. Who is this? Another pause. Longer this time. Then the voice spoke again, lower. I didn't say I was assigned. My stomach tightened a little. I leaned forward in my chair. The forest outside the station window was completely still. No wind, no insects, just darkness pressing against the glass like it was listening too. What's your name? I asked. A soft sound came through the radio. Not words. Breathing. Slow. Controlled. Like someone standing too close to the mic without speaking. Then finally, I can hear it outside the walls. That line made something cold move through my chest. I sat up fully now, hear what outside the walls. Silence. Then the breathing again. But now it didn't feel like it was coming from the radio. It felt like it was coming from the room itself. I looked around the station slowly. Empty desks, locked cabinets, coffee mugs still half full from earlier. Everything normal. Too normal. The radio crackled again. It started when the trees stopped moving. I frowned. Where exactly are you? A faint shift in sound came through. Like the person on the other end had turned their head slightly. Inside the cabin, they said. Then a pause. And outside it too. I stood up instantly. That didn't make sense. You're either inside or outside, I said. Which is it? A soft exhale came through the radio. Long. Deliberate. Then the answer. It doesn't care where I am. I grabbed my flashlight and keys without thinking. My training kicked in before my logic could catch up. If this is a prank, it's not funny, I said. No response. Just breathing again. Closer now. Not louder. Closer. Like the distance between me and the speaker was shrinking through the radio itself. I looked at the wall map again. Cabin 19. Deep in the northern section. Old logging path. Almost 2 hours from the station. I should have waited, logged it properly, sent backup. But something about the voice didn't feel like something that could wait. Because it wasn't panicked. It was observing. Like it was describing something it didn't fully understand yet. I'm dispatching a unit, I said into the radio. A pause. Then the voice came back softer. No. Just that. One word. No. I stopped. My hand hovered over the radio. Why not? I asked. A sound came through that made my skin tight. A breath. Right into the mic. Then, because it already knows you're coming. The radio cut out for half a second. Then came back with static. Heavy static. And underneath it, breathing. My throat went dry. I looked at the radio like it had changed shape. Repeat that, I said. But the voice didn't repeat it. Instead, it said something else. Something worse. It learned the station first. The line went silent after that. Not static. Not interference. Just silence. I pressed the call button again. Nothing. I tried switching channels. Nothing. The radio was still on. But it wasn't responding anymore. Like it had been heard. And then ignored. I stood there for a few seconds, trying to rationalize it. Could be faulty equipment. Could be interference from the storm system coming in. Could be a lost hiker with a bad transmitter. All of it sounded reasonable. None of it felt right. Because I kept remembering one thing. The breathing. It didn't sound human in a normal way. It sounded structured. Like it had rhythm that didn't belong to panic or exhaustion. It belonged to patience. I grabbed my jacket and stepped outside the station. Cold air hit my face instantly. The forest around the ranger post looked normal. But normal was starting to feel like a mask now. I locked the station behind me and walked to the Jeep. That's when I noticed something odd. The wind flag near the gate wasn't moving. Not even slightly. I stopped for a second. Held my breath. Nothing in the trees. No rustling. No insects. Just stillness. I climbed into the Jeep anyway. But before I started the engine, the radio inside the vehicle crackled once. I froze. I didn't touch it. It wasn't even on. But it still spoke. Very softly. I hear your engine. I slowly turned my head toward the radio. Static filled the screen display. Then a second line appeared through the interference. Not typed. Not digital. More like shaped in noise. Don't bring it closer. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. I whispered without meaning to, what is it? The response came immediately. Too immediately. As if it was waiting for that exact question. The thing that stayed after the breathing learned the cabin. My throat went dry again. Because that wasn't a report. That wasn't a prank. That sounded like someone describing something they couldn't escape anymore. I started the Jeep. The engine roared too loudly in the silence. Too alive. I drove out of the station slowly. The headlights cut through the trees in sharp cones of light, but nothing moved inside them, not even shadows. That was the second thing that felt wrong. No movement at all, like the forest was holding still on purpose. Halfway down the dirt road, the radio crackled again. I almost didn't want to answer, but my hand moved anyway. Habit, training, human stupidity. I pressed the button. A voice came through instantly, closer than before. I'm still inside cabin 19. I swallowed hard, then who called me? A pause, then something that made my grip tighten on the wheel. I don't know anymore. Silence followed that, long enough for me to hear my own breathing. And then, a second breath joined mine. Inside the Jeep. Behind me. I slammed the mirror instantly. Nothing there. Nothing visible. But the air felt different. Heavier, like something had leaned into the space behind my seat. My foot lifted slightly off the gas without me realizing it. The radio spoke again, very softly. It doesn't stay in one place now. I whispered, "Where is it?" The answer came after a pause, like it was thinking, wherever someone listens for it too long. My stomach dropped, because I understood what that meant. The call wasn't just information. It was connection. I turned the radio off completely. The silence that followed was worse, because now I couldn't tell if the breathing was gone, or if I was just not hearing it anymore. The Jeep continued down the empty road. The forest stayed still on both sides. Too still, and far ahead, where cabin 19 sat deep in the trees. I noticed something on the road map pinned to my dashboard. A faint mark I had never seen before. A small handwritten note. Not mine. 3 words. Do not listen. And underneath it, a 4th line appearing slowly in ink that looked too fresh to be real. You already did. The body cam was still recording, even after I turned it off. That was the first thing that felt wrong. I stood outside cabin 19 with my hand frozen on the camera button, watching the red light blink like it didn't care what I wanted. Blink, pause, blink. Like it was breathing. I whispered, "Turn off." Nothing. Just that same soft recording light. And the forest around me stayed completely still. No wind. No insects. No movement at all. It felt like the world was waiting for me to decide something I didn't understand yet. I checked the camera again. The screen showed live feed, but I wasn't moving anymore. At least not in the way I remembered. On the display, I was standing perfectly still. Too still. My chest wasn't rising. My head wasn't turning. Just a frozen image of me in front of cabin 19. I looked up instantly, and I was moving. That made my stomach drop, because the camera and my eyes were not seeing the same thing. I took a step back. The camera showed no step, no motion, but I felt it. I felt my boot press into the ground. I turned the camera slightly toward the cabin, and that's when I noticed it. The door. It was open, just a few centimeters. The same door I had seen close in every report. The same door that should have been locked for years. But it was open now, slowly swaying. Not from wind, from something inside. I raised the body cam higher without thinking. And the moment I did, a sound came through the audio feed. Breathing. Soft. Right against the microphone. I froze. My hand tightened around the camera, because I wasn't hearing it in the forest. I was hearing it in the recording. I slowly lowered the camera. Silence returned. I raised it again. Breathing. Lowered. Nothing. That made my throat tighten. The camera wasn't just recording sound. It was reacting, like something inside it only existed when I paid attention. I whispered, "This isn't possible." But the forest didn't answer. The cabin did. A faint creak came from inside the structure. Not loud, not dramatic, just wood adjusting, like something had shifted its weight. I raised the camera again, slowly, carefully, and this time I didn't point it at the cabin. I pointed it at myself. The screen flickered for a second, then stabilized. I was there, standing, but behind me, something else. My breath caught instantly. I turned around fast. Nothing, no shape, no movement, just empty air. But on the camera feed, there was a shadow behind me. Not fully formed, not solid, just a darker patch in the shape of something leaning forward. Too close, too aware. I stepped away instantly. The shadow on the screen didn't move. It just stayed there, watching. My voice came out lower than I expected. "What are you?" The body cam answered, not with words, with sound, breathing, right into my ear this time. Not through speakers, not through recording, directly, like it had stepped outside the device and into me. I jerked the camera down hard. The sound stopped instantly. I backed away from the cabin slowly, trying to understand what I was dealing with. But the more I tried to understand it, the less stable everything felt. The trees looked too straight, the ground too flat. Even the cabin felt like it wasn't fully part of the forest, like it had been placed there, or grown there incorrectly. I checked the camera again. The recording had changed. Now it showed something new, a timestamp I didn't recognize. Before I arrived, the footage showed the cabin empty. Still, no movement, no sound, but the audio was already breathing. That made my chest tighten, because that meant one thing. The sound wasn't being created by presence. It was being created by location. I rewound the footage, and I saw it. The exact moment the recording started. The cabin frame, empty yard, still trees, and then a breath from inside the cabin. Before anything entered, before I arrived, before I even left the station. My hands started to feel cold. I whispered, "That's not possible." But the camera kept playing, and then something happened that made my legs lock. On the recording, the camera turned slightly, like someone had picked it up, but I wasn't holding it in the footage. It was standing alone, filming itself, from a position I wasn't in. And behind the cabin door on the recording, something leaned closer, not fully visible, just a shift in darkness, like it was deciding whether to step out. The breathing got louder, but still controlled, patient, curious. Then the footage cut and restarted. Different angle now, closer to the door, inside the cabin. I stepped back in real life instantly. "No," I whispered. "No, no, no." But the camera kept showing it. The inside of cabin 19. Empty, yet occupied. The audio picked up footsteps. Slow, not rushed. Measured, like something was learning how weight worked. Then a pause, right in front of the camera, and a breath, so close it distorted the audio feed. My real ears didn't hear it, but the camera did. That's when I understood something I didn't want to understand. The body cam wasn't just recording the cabin. It was syncing with it. I dropped the camera. It hit the ground hard. The screen cracked slightly, but the recording didn't stop. I stared at it from above, now lying in the dirt, still filming, still breathing, even without me holding it. My voice came out shaky. This is just equipment, it's just equipment. But the forest didn't agree, because now I could hear it. Not through the camera, not through the device, but around me. The breathing was back, everywhere. I picked up the camera again quickly. The feed had changed. Now it showed me, standing in front of cabin 19. But I wasn't standing still anymore. On the recording, I was walking toward the cabin door. Slowly, without control, my real body stayed frozen. I looked down at my feet. I wasn't moving, but the footage said I was. Step by step, approaching the door, my throat went dry, because the camera was predicting movement I hadn't made. Or worse, recording something that hadn't happened yet. I stepped back immediately. The footage paused, like it was waiting. The moment I stopped moving, it stopped me on screen. I whispered, "What do you want?" The camera didn't answer, but the cabin did. A faint creak from inside, followed by something worse. A breath, very close, right behind the lens. I turned slowly. Nothing there, but the air felt different, heavier, like something had leaned in just to listen to me speak. The camera screen flickered again. New text appeared. No system message. No file name. Just words. "We recorded you first." My hands trembled, because that meant I wasn't documenting anything. I was being documented. And then the final thing happened. The recording rewound itself, without my input, all the way back to the beginning. Cabin 19, empty frame, still forest, and a single breath starting again. But this time, the camera angle shifted slightly. Like something inside, the recording had turned to look directly at me. And in that exact moment, I realized the truth I had been avoiding since the first call. The ranger didn't find the cabin. The cabin found the ranger, who would listen long enough to record it. The file shouldn't have been there. That was my first thought. Because cabin 19 was supposed to be just another abandoned location in the system. Closed, archived, forgotten. But the folder on my desk said otherwise. Case file, N19 INCIDNTS. I didn't remember authorizing it, and the station log didn't show anyone entering it. Still, it was sitting there, slightly damp at the edges, like it had been left outside for a while before ending up in my hands. My fingers hesitated before opening it. Something about it felt personal, like it had already read me before I touched it. Inside was a stack of old reports. Different dates, different officers, different handwriting styles, but all connected to the same place. Cabin 19. I flipped to the first page. The paper was yellowed, but the ink was still sharp. Incident report, 2003. Missing hiker, Daniel Rourke. Last known location, cabin 19 trail marker. My eyes moved slowly down the page. There was no struggle, no blood, no sign of forced entry. Only one line under witness statement. The ranger on duty wrote. He said he heard breathing outside the cabin walls before he went silent. I paused. Read it again, breathing outside the walls. My stomach tightened slightly. I told myself it was coincidence, old superstition, maybe exhaustion from long shifts, turning normal sounds into fear. I turned the page. 2007 report. 2 hikers this time. A couple. Last seen entering cabin 19 for shelter during a storm warning. No bodies recovered. No belongings found. Only one entry in the ranger's notes. They called us at 1:14 a.m., said something was breathing in sync with them. The call ended mid-sentence. My grip on the file tightened, because I remembered something. The call I got last night. 1:13 a.m. I looked at the timestamp again. Almost the same time. I forced myself to keep reading. This one was worse. A patrol officer. Experienced. 10 years on duty. His report was shorter. Like he didn't want to write it. We found the cabin empty, but the air inside was not empty. It was waiting, breathing with us. I left my body cam on. I shouldn't have. My eyes stopped. Body cam. Same as mine. I felt a slight cold spread through my chest. I turned the page slowly, but there were no more official reports. Only handwritten notes. Different officers. Different handwriting. All inconsistent. All disturbed. One line stood out in darker ink. It doesn't kill you first. It learns your breathing. Then it becomes you. I leaned back in my chair. For the first time, I looked around the station. Empty. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that starts to feel like listening. I closed the file halfway, then stopped, because something fell out. A small photograph. Black and white. Old. I picked it up carefully. It showed cabin 19, but not like I had seen it. This version looked older, more worn, and in front of it, people, standing still. 6 of them, all facing the camera. But something was wrong. Their expressions were not fear, not confusion. Something worse. Stillness. Like they weren't fully there. Like they were holding their breath for too long. I flipped the photo. There was writing on the back. The ones who hear it first don't run. They stop breathing to listen better. I swallowed hard. That sentence hit something deep in my chest, because I realized I had done the same thing. Every time I heard it, I stopped breathing without noticing. I placed the photo down slowly, and that's when the station radio crackled again. I froze instantly. I hadn't touched it. I hadn't turned it on, but it was active. A soft static filled the room. Then a voice. Calm. Almost familiar now. You opened the file. My hand hovered near the desk. I didn't answer. The voice continued. Not asking. Stating. You're reading us backwards. I looked at the radio slowly. My throat was dry. Who is this? I asked. A pause. Then, breathing. Not loud. Not urgent. Controlled. Like it was standing very close to the microphone again. Then the voice returned. Not different. Just closer. We were the ones who didn't leave cabin 19. My stomach tightened. I whispered the missing people. A soft exhale. Yes. I stood up slowly. The chair scraped behind me too loudly in the silence. I looked at the file again. The pages felt heavier now, like they had absorbed something. The radio crackled again. We didn't disappear, we stayed. I frowned. Stayed where? A pause. Longer this time. Then, in the breathing, my skin went cold. I stepped back from the desk, because that didn't make sense. It wasn't an answer. It was a direction. The radio continued. And now you're doing the same thing. I shook my head. No, I'm listening, that's all. The voice responded immediately. That's what they all said before it matched them. Silence followed. Not empty silence. Heavy silence. Like the room was waiting for my next breath. I realized something then. My breathing felt noticeable. Too noticeable. I slowed it slightly without thinking. And instantly, the radio breathing slowed too. My chest tightened. I tried to breathe normally again. The radio followed. Perfectly. Too perfectly. My hand moved off the radio slowly. I whispered, "That's not possible." The voice came back softer now. Almost tired. "It doesn't need distance anymore. It only needs rhythm." I felt my stomach drop, because I understood what that meant. It wasn't in the cabin. It wasn't in the forest. It wasn't even location-based anymore. It was pattern-based. I grabbed the file again quickly, flipping through pages faster now, looking for something that contradicted it. Something normal. Something explainable. But every report said the same thing in different words. He stopped breathing mid-sentence. The call ended when the breathing matched. Body cam recorded nothing but inhale-exhale patterns. I stopped flipping. My hands were shaking slightly now. The radio spoke again. "Calmer. Closer. You're at the station alone, aren't you?" I didn't answer, but my silence was enough, because it already knew. A soft sound came through the speaker. Not words. A breath, right in sync with mine. I stepped away from the desk. Slowly, carefully, my eyes scanned the room again. The lockers, the chairs, the hallway. Everything looked the same, but nothing felt the same anymore, because now I couldn't tell what belonged to me. I reached for the door, then stopped, because I heard it. Behind me, a second breathing pattern. Not from the radio, not from outside, inside the room. I turned slowly. Nothing there, but the air felt occupied, like someone had just exhaled and stepped away before I turned. The radio clicked once, then a final message came through. No voice this time, just text, displayed on the screen. "We leave the cabin. We learned how to follow you instead." The lights in the station flickered once, just once, but in that flicker, I swore I heard multiple breathing patterns at different distances, all matching, all syncing, all becoming one. And in that moment, I realized something that made my hands go completely still. The file wasn't about missing people. It was about what they became after they were missed. And I was the next entry they hadn't written yet. The basement door wasn't supposed to exist, at least not according to the official blueprint. But it was there, half hidden under rotting wood panels behind Cabin 19's main structure, like the cabin had been trying to forget it existed. I stood above it with two other investigators behind me, all of us silent for a moment that felt too heavy to break. The air was colder here, not natural cold, pressure cold, like the ground itself was holding its breath. One of the officers behind me finally spoke. "We checked the records. There's no basement listed." I nodded slowly. "Yeah," I said, "I can see that." My flashlight moved over the wood. Old nails. Newer planks nailed over older damage. Something had been sealed here deliberately. Not recently, but not ancient either. Somewhere in between. Like someone kept coming back to make sure it stayed shut. I knelt down carefully. My hand hovered over the wood. And that's when I heard it. Breathing. Soft. Not behind me. Not outside. Above. From inside the cabin walls. I froze instantly. The second officer frowned. You hear that? I didn't answer right away. Because I was trying to locate it. But it wasn't located. It was everywhere above us. Inside the structure. Moving through the wood like it belonged there. Slow inhale. Slow exhale. Perfect rhythm. Too perfect. I stood up slowly. The basement is sealed, I said quietly, but something else is. The first officer stepped closer. What do you mean? Before I could answer, the breathing changed. It paused for half a second, then resumed, but closer, like it had noticed us listening. I turned my flashlight toward the cabin walls. The wooden panels above us looked normal. Too normal. That was the problem. There was no visible damage. No cracks. No movement. But the sound was coming from inside them. Like something had learned how to exist between spaces. The second officer shifted uncomfortably. Maybe it's animals in the structure. I shook my head immediately. No animals breathe like that. Slow. Controlled. Intentional. The kind of breathing that doesn't belong to panic. It belongs to awareness. I stepped closer to the sealed basement door again. My flashlight ran over the locks. Old iron. Fresh scratches. Someone had tried to open it recently, but stopped. I reached out and touched the wood. Cold, but only on the surface. Underneath, there was warmth. I pulled my hand back quickly. The first officer noticed. What is it? I didn't answer, because the warmth had moved. Not spread. Moved, like something underneath had shifted its position. And in that exact moment, the breathing above us stopped. Total silence. That silence lasted too long. Not peaceful. Not empty. Waiting. Then, a soft thump came from inside the wall above us. Not loud. Not violent. Just contact. Like something had placed its weight against the inside of the structure. The second officer stepped back immediately. Okay, that's not animals. I looked up slowly. My flashlight followed the sound. The wooden wall above us looked untouched, but I could feel it now. Pressure, not physical vibration. Awareness, like something on the other side, was listening back through the wood. I spoke quietly. There's something inside the walls. The first officer frowned. Then what's in the basement? I didn't answer right away, because that was the question I didn't want to form. We both looked down at the sealed basement door again. And for a moment, it felt like the cabin was divided into two different kinds of silence. Below us and above us, two different presences. One hidden, one active. Then the breathing returned, but only above. Slow, close, moving along the wall, like it was circling us from inside the structure. The second officer raised his flashlight. We should open the basement. That's what we were sent for. I hesitated. Something about that felt wrong. Not logical wrong. Instinct wrong. Because every report I had read in every file, every missing person case, none of them ended in the basement. They all started above it. I stepped back slightly. No. Both officers looked at me. The sound isn't coming from below, I said slowly. It's coming from above us. The first officer frowned, so we ignored the sealed entrance. I looked at the basement door again, and for a second I felt it. Not sound, not vibration. A shift, like something beneath the door had reacted to us talking about it. A faint pressure rising through the wood, then stopping, waiting. My throat tightened slightly. Not ignore, I said carefully, just not start there. The breathing above us suddenly deepened. A slow inhale that felt longer than it should have been, like it was growing aware of our hesitation. The second officer lowered his flashlight slightly. It's reacting to us. I nodded once. Yeah, I whispered, it is. We stood there in silence for a few seconds. Then the first officer made a decision. We checked the walls first. I didn't argue, because I already knew we were being guided. We moved slowly around the cabin interior, flashlights sweeping across wood. Every wall looked identical, but the sound didn't. The breathing shifted as we moved, following us, not randomly, precisely, like it knew our positions without needing sight. We stopped near the north wall. That's where it felt strongest. I pressed my hand against the wood carefully. Warm again, but stronger this time. My breath caught slightly, because I realized something disturbing. The warmth wasn't coming from heat. It was coming from movement, from something pressed tightly against the other side. The first officer whispered, "It's right here." The breathing above us slowed, almost like it was listening to him specifically now. Then, a sound I wasn't prepared for. A whisper through the wood. Not words at first, just breath shaping itself. Then faint syllables, too distorted to fully understand. The second officer stepped back instantly. "Did you hear that?" I nodded slowly, because I did. But I also realized something worse. It wasn't speaking to us. It was practicing, trying to form language using breath alone. Like it was learning how humans turn air into meaning. The basement door creaked behind us. We all turned instantly. Nothing had touched it, but the latch shifted slightly on its own. Just a few millimeters. The first officer raised his weapon slightly. "Okay, I'm done guessing." I stepped in front of him quickly. "Don't open it." He frowned. "Why not?" I didn't have a clean answer, because every instinct I had was screaming the same thing. Opening it would be answering the wrong question. The breathing above us suddenly stopped again. And this time, it didn't return. Not immediately. Just silence. Heavy. Waiting. Then the wood above us shifted. Not breaking. Not cracking. Just adjusting. Like something inside had turned its body. All at once. All toward us. The second officer whispered, "It's above us, and it knows we're deciding." I nodded slowly, because I felt it too. The awareness. The attention. The patience. Like whatever was inside the walls didn't mind waiting for us to choose. Because either choice led somewhere it already understood. I looked at the basement door again, then up at the wall. And for the first time, I wasn't sure which direction was safer. Below us felt unknown. Above us felt awake. And then, the breathing returned. But now it wasn't above. It was everywhere. Inside the walls. Inside the floor. Inside the air between us. And in that moment, I understood the real problem with Cabin 19. It didn't trap people. It separated them, piece by piece, until they stopped being whole enough to leave. The radios didn't go silent all at once. They died slowly, one by one, like something was turning them off from the inside. I remember the exact moment it started. A burst of static across Channel 3. Then nothing. Then Channel 5 went. Then dispatch. Then the backup line. Each time, the same thing happened right before it died. Breathing. Soft. Measuring. Too close to the mic. I stood in the middle of the ranger station, holding the main radio receiver like it suddenly weighed too much. "Unit control, do you copy?" I said. Only static answered. But it wasn't empty static. There was rhythm inside it now. Inhale. Exhale. Perfect timing. Like it was learning how to speak through silence. I looked at the other ranger on shift. His name was Malik. He was already standing, staring at the console like it had betrayed him. "All channels are down," he said quietly. I nodded, but I wasn't really listening to him. Because I could hear something else now. Not through the radio. Through the walls. Breathing. Slow. Surrounding. I turned toward the window. The forest outside was still. Too still. No wind. No movement. No life. But the silence had changed. It wasn't empty anymore. It was occupied. Malik walked closer to me. "This is comms failure, right? Equipment issue." I didn't answer right away, because I was trying to confirm something. I took a slow breath, and the station responded. The same breath. Slight delay, but matching. My chest tightened instantly. I stepped back. "Don't breathe too deep," I said. Malik frowned. "What?" I didn't explain, because I didn't know how. The radios clicked again. Once, then stopped. Then, breathing. But now it wasn't coming from one speaker. It came from all of them. Every device. Every console. Every dead channel. I reached for the main switch and cut power. Silence hit the room instantly. But it didn't feel like relief. It felt like removal. Like something had just stopped pretending. Then the breathing returned. Without the radios. Without machines. Inside the room. Malik stepped back. "Okay, that's not possible." I nodded slowly. "Yeah, I know." The light above us flickered once, then stayed steady. But something had changed. The station didn't feel like a building anymore. It felt like a container, like something had been sealed inside with us. Malik moved toward the door. "We leave right now." I didn't stop him. I was too busy listening, because the breathing wasn't just inside anymore. It was outside too, coming from all directions. North wall, south wall, roof, floor, not separate sounds. One system, one rhythm, like the entire structure had become a single organism, learning how to inhale. Malik opened the door. Cold air rushed in, and for a moment, I thought maybe it would break it. Maybe distance mattered. But then he froze, his hand still on the door. I stepped closer slowly. "What is it?" He didn't answer. He just pointed. Outside. The forest wasn't empty anymore. Not even close. Between the trees. Shapes. Not fully formed. Not bodies. Just pressure in the air shaped like presence. And all of them were breathing. Slow. Controlled. Matching the same rhythm as the station. Malik whispered, "How many?" I couldn't answer, because I wasn't counting individuals anymore. I was counting synchronization points. And there were too many. Too many to feel real. The breathing got louder, not in volume, in closeness, like distance no longer mattered. I stepped outside behind Malik slowly. The air felt heavier immediately, like stepping into water that wasn't visible. The forest was still, but not silent, never silent. Every direction had breathing now, not random, coordinated. We stood there for maybe 10 seconds, maybe less. Time felt unstable. Malik whispered, "This is spreading." I shook my head slightly. "No, it's not spreading." I paused, because the truth was worse. It's revealing itself. One of the shapes between the trees moved. Not walking, not stepping, just adjusting position, like it was turning toward us from all directions at once. Malik raised his flashlight. The beam hit the shape, but didn't define it. It passed through something that refused to become solid. The breathing stopped for half a second. Everywhere, simultaneous silence. Then, all at once, it resumed. Closer. Malik stepped back toward the station. We go back inside now. But I didn't move, because I realized something standing there. The rhythm wasn't attacking us. It was aligning with us. Slowly, patiently, waiting for us to stop resisting it. I looked at my own hands. They were shaking slightly, but my breathing wasn't matching mine anymore. It was slightly off, delayed, like something was learning me in real time. Inside the station, the lights flickered again. But now I noticed something worse. The flicker wasn't electrical. It was timing. It matched the breathing outside. On, off, on, off. Malik grabbed my arm. "We are leaving. This is not normal wildlife, not interference, nothing this is." He stopped, because the word didn't come easily. Something else. I nodded. Finally, yes. We moved back toward the door. But before we reached it, the radio on the desk clicked again. Even though power was off, even though everything was shut down, it clicked anyway. Then a voice came through. Not from a device, from everywhere. Calm, familiar now. "You stopped responding." Malik whispered, "Is that dispatch?" I didn't answer, because it wasn't a station anymore. It was the breathing, speaking. We both turned slowly toward the console. The radio display lit up. Even without power, a single line appeared. "You are not the first station to hear this." My throat tightened, because I understood what that meant now. This wasn't isolated. This was repetition. Malik stepped closer. "What does that mean?" The answer came immediately. Not as words, as memory. Sudden flashes. Reports I had read earlier. Files. Missing units. Same pattern. Same cabin. Same breathing. I felt my stomach drop, because it wasn't just cabin 19 anymore. It was every place that had ever listened too long. The lights in the station stabilized again, and for a moment, everything looked normal. Too normal. Then the windows fogged from the outside. Not cold fog. Warm condensation. From breathing. Malik stepped back. "We're surrounded." I nodded slowly, but I was looking at something else now. The console. The radio display had changed again. New text forming. Slowly, like it was being written by breath itself. "We don't enter places. We become the space you stay in." The station lights flickered again, but this time they didn't come back immediately. In the dark between flashes, I saw something outside the window. Not a shape, not a figure, just closeness, every direction at once, and all of it breathing in perfect unison. Malik grabbed my sleeve harder. "Tell me we can still get out." I didn't answer right away, because I realized something terrifying. The door wasn't the exit anymore. It was just another surface inside the rhythm. And as the breathing outside slowly matched the breathing inside my chest, I understood the final part of the file I had never wanted to believe. It wasn't that something was outside the cabin. It was that everything outside was slowly learning how to become part of it. And the last thing I remember clearly, before the station stopped feeling like a station, was the exact moment my own breath stopped feeling like it belonged to me. The tape was still running when I picked it up. That was the first thing that made my hands go cold. It was half buried in snow near the forest edge, like it had fallen there recently, or been placed carefully and forgotten on purpose. The red recording light blinked weakly under a cracked plastic shell. Blink, pause, blink, like it was struggling to stay awake. I stood there for a second longer than I should have. The forest around me was too quiet. No wind, no birds, no crunch of animals in the snow. Just that uncomfortable silence that makes your ears feel louder than the world. I bent down slowly and picked it up. The moment my fingers touched it, the tape clicked. Not loud, just a soft mechanical shift, like something inside noticed me. I frowned, still running. The recorder didn't answer, but the blinking light steadied for a second, then continued. I turned it in my hand. Old model, hiking gear, probably lost months ago. But the snow didn't match that. It looked fresh, almost like it had been dropped minutes ago. That thought made no sense, and I didn't like how quickly I dismissed it. I pressed the play button. Static filled my ears immediately. Low, grainy, broken. Then something underneath it. A breath. Soft. So faint I almost thought I imagined it. I pulled the device closer. The sound sharpened. Inhale, pause, exhale. Slow. Controlled. Too controlled. I looked around instinctively. Nothing moved, but my chest tightened anyway. Because the breathing on the tape, it didn't sound recorded. It sounded present, like whoever made it was still close enough to feel the mic. I lowered the recorder. The breathing stopped. I froze, then raised it again. It came back instantly. Same rhythm, same distance, same unnatural patience. I whispered hello. The tape didn't respond, just breathing. But now I noticed something worse. There was more than one rhythm inside it. Not at first, but layered underneath, like multiple breaths were trying to align into one. I stood up slowly, the snow crunching under my boots louder than it should have been. Still no echo, no wind, just that dead silence holding everything in place. I started walking back toward the ranger station. The recorder stayed in my hand, still playing, still breathing. And the deeper I walked into the forest path, the more I noticed something strange. My own breathing started to match it. Not fully, just slightly off, delayed by half a second. Inhale, then the tape. Exhale, then the tape. I slowed down. The tape slowed too. I stopped walking completely. So did the breathing. That's when I understood something I didn't want to understand. It wasn't just playing sound. It was responding, like it was learning me. A cold pressure moved through my chest. I turned the volume down. The sound didn't change. I turned it off completely. Silence returned for about 2 seconds. Then, the breathing came back, but not from the speaker this time. From the forest. I froze. My eyes scanned the trees slowly. Nothing moved, but the air felt different now. Heavier, like something had stepped closer, without disturbing anything physical. I raised the recorder again out of instinct. The sound wasn't just there anymore. It was clearer, stronger, closer. In the forest now, not the device. I whispered, "That's not possible." A branch cracked somewhere behind me. I turned fast. Nothing, only snow-covered trees. Still, waiting. The recorder in my hand suddenly changed tone. The breathing distorted for half a second. Then a voice tried to form inside it. Not words. Not yet. Just shaped breath. Like language was trying to happen. I backed away slowly. "Okay, no," I muttered. "This is just corrupted audio." But even as I said it, I knew I was trying to convince myself. Because corrupted audio doesn't react to silence. It doesn't wait for you. It doesn't adapt. I started walking faster. The forest path stretched longer than it should have. I checked my watch. The time didn't feel right. It felt paused, or delayed, or maybe I was just losing track. The recorder suddenly crackled, then played something new. Not breathing, a faint sound. My name, whispered, not clear, but unmistakable. I stopped walking immediately. My blood went cold. I lifted the recorder closer to my ear. It repeated it. Not louder, not clearer, just more certain, like it was learning pronunciation. I whispered, "Who is this?" The tape responded only with breathing again. But now it felt wrong in a new way. It wasn't random anymore. It had structure, like it was forming sentences out of air. I lowered the recorder slowly. And that's when I noticed something else. My shadow on the snow wasn't alone. There was a second shape beside it. Not fully formed, not sharp, just slightly darker than the rest of the ground. Standing exactly where I stood, matching my stillness. I turned instantly. Nothing behind me, but the shadow remained. On the snow, still beside mine. Breathing. Yes, even the shadow felt like it was breathing now. I took a step back. The shadow stepped back too. A half-second delay. Like it was sinking. My grip tightened on the recorder. "Stop this," I said out loud. The forest didn't respond, but the tape did. A sudden spike of static. Then, a clear inhale. Right into my ear. Not through the device. Not through the speaker. Directly beside me. I stumbled back, almost slipping on the snow. My heart hammered so hard I could hear it. And for the first time, I wasn't sure if the sound I heard next came from the recorder or from me, because my breathing didn't feel like mine anymore. It felt observed, measured, matched. I looked down at the recorder again. The screen flickered. New text appeared. No file name. No timestamp. Just one line. "You found the beginning." I stared at it frozen. The forest around me suddenly felt smaller. Not physically, but like it was closing attention. Focusing. The breathing stopped for a moment. Total silence. Then came the final sound on the tape. Not a breath. Not a voice. Just a soft realization forming through static. Like something inside the recording had finally noticed something outside it. And in that exact moment, I understood something I shouldn't have. This wasn't a lost recording. It was a leftover one. And whatever made it was still looking for the end of it. The whisper didn't come first. The breathing did. Always the breathing. It stayed inside the recorder like it belonged there now. Like it had paid rent in the sound itself and refused to leave. I kept walking, but I wasn't sure I was actually moving forward anymore. The snow under my boots felt the same in every direction. No wind, no birds, no distance, just that soft rhythm in my hand. Inhale, pause, exhale. But now something was different. There was a gap inside it, a tiny break between breaths, like something was trying to speak but couldn't decide how. I slowed down instinctively. The forest responded immediately. The breathing slowed with me. I stopped. So did it. That's when I knew for sure. It wasn't just playback anymore. It was connected. I lifted the recorder closer to my face. "Hello," I said again. My voice felt too loud in the silence. The device didn't answer, but the breathing shifted slightly. A change in pressure, like attention turning toward me. I frowned. "This is just corrupted audio," I muttered. But even saying it felt weak now, because corrupted audio doesn't hesitate. It doesn't react. It doesn't wait for you to finish speaking. I pressed play again. Static returned, then breathing, but now layered. One rhythm became two. Two became uneven, like something was splitting inside the sound. I stopped walking completely. The forest didn't care. It stayed frozen around me. But the recording didn't. It changed again. A pause, longer than before. Then, something inside it tried to form words. Not clear, not complete, just broken syllables pushed through breath. I leaned closer without thinking. The whisper came again. "Do." I froze. My chest tightened instantly. I lowered the recorder slightly. Silence returned. I raised it again. "Do." Same word. Same place. Same fragile attempt to exist. I whispered, "Don't what?" The breathing grew sharper for a second, then softened again, like it was choosing patience over panic. Then another fragment came through. "Enter." My throat went dry. I looked around fast. Nothing. Just trees standing too still. Snow holding everything in place like it didn't want to move either. I took a slow step back. The recorder stayed steady in my hand, and the whisper followed. "Cabin." That word made my stomach drop for reasons I didn't fully understand yet. Because I hadn't told the recorder about any cabin. Not once. I whispered, "What cabin?" The sound on the device changed instantly. The breathing tightened. Faster. Closer. Like I had asked the wrong question. Then the whisper came again. Stronger this time. Not broken. Almost formed. "Don't enter the cabin." I stepped back again. Snow cracked under my boot louder than it should have. I looked down. My shadow was still there, but it didn't match my movement. It stayed a half second behind me, like it was listening before deciding to follow. I stopped breathing for a moment, and everything stopped with me, even the recorder. Then I exhaled, and the sound returned instantly. Perfect synchronization. I whispered, "You're copying me." The device didn't deny it. It confirmed it. Through breath, through timing, through silence between words. I felt something cold crawl through my chest. This wasn't recording anymore. This was imitation. The forest around me suddenly felt closer. Not physically, emotionally, like everything had taken one step inward without moving at all. The whisper came again. Faint, careful, not alone. I froze. That one hit differently, because now it wasn't warning me about the cabin. It was describing my current state. I looked around slowly. Trees, snow, stillness, but my mind started doing something I didn't like. It started counting presence instead of absence. I whispered, "I'm alone." The recorder responded immediately. "You know," a pause, then softer, "You're not." My grip tightened so hard my fingers ached. "Who else is here?" I asked. The breathing in the device stopped for half a second. That silence felt heavier than anything before it. Then, a new sound. Not breath, not whisper, something between both. Like language forming inside lungs that didn't belong to me. "You listened." My throat tightened. "Too long." I stepped back again. Now faster. Snow scattered under my boots. The forest didn't react, but the recorder did. Every step I took changed its rhythm, like I was pulling something behind me without realizing it. I turned slightly. Nothing behind me, but my shadow was no longer alone. There was a second shape overlapping it, not fully formed, not fully absent, just wrong. I whispered, "This isn't real." The recorder immediately answered, "Real is what repeats." That line made my stomach drop, because repetition was exactly what was happening. Breathing, matching, following, learning. I pressed stop on the device. Nothing changed. I pressed it again. Still nothing. The breathing continued anyway. But now it wasn't coming from the speaker. It was coming from my jacket pocket. I froze, slowly looked down. The recorder was still in my hand, but the sound was now everywhere else. Not contained, not limited. The forest itself had taken the rhythm. Inhale, pause, exhale. I backed away slowly. "No," I whispered. "No, this is not." The whisper interrupted me instantly. "You said hello." My chest tightened. I remembered the first time I spoke to it. That single word. Hello. I shook my head quickly. I didn't know. The sound cut me off again. "You opened it." The wind should have been there. But it was. Instead, the breathing filled the gap where wind should have been. Like air itself had changed purpose. I turned in a slow circle. The forest was the same, but it didn't feel like the same place anymore. It felt aware. The whisper came again. Closer now. Not inside the recorder. Inside the space between my thoughts. "Don't enter the cabin." I whispered, "Why?" A pause. Long. Careful. Then the answer came. Not fully formed, but enough. "Because it follows you back." My throat tightened. Who follows? But I stopped, because I already knew I was going to regret asking. The breathing around me deepened. Not louder, more unified. Like everything in the forest had agreed on the same rhythm. I stood still, trying not to breathe. But that made it worse, because the silence inside me made the sound outside me more noticeable. The whisper came one last time. Very soft, very close. "You are already inside it." And in that moment, I realized something I didn't want to accept. The recorder wasn't playing something from the forest. It was playing something the forest was becoming. And I wasn't holding it anymore. I was sharing it. I shouldn't have gone inside. That thought hit me the moment the door closed behind me. Not slammed, just clicked, like it was satisfied, like it had been waiting for that exact sound. The cabin was darker than I expected, even in daylight. The windows were fogged from the inside, not the outside. That small detail made my stomach tighten for reasons I couldn't explain. I raised the recorder again. The breathing was still there, but now it felt contained, like the cabin wasn't inside the forest anymore. The forest was inside the cabin. I stepped forward slowly. The wooden floor creaked under my boots, and instantly, the breathing in the recorder adjusted. Same rhythm as my step. I froze, took another step. It followed again. Perfect match. I whispered, "No, that's not possible." The sound didn't care what I believed. It just stayed with me. I looked around the room. Small cabin, old furniture, dust everywhere like no one had touched anything in years. But the air didn't feel abandoned. It felt occupied. Not by someone, by something that didn't need shape to exist. I moved deeper inside. The breathing got softer, not weaker, closer. I set the recorder on the table. For the first time, I wanted distance from it. The second I let go, the breathing didn't stop. It stayed with me. But now it wasn't just the device. It was the room. I turned slowly. The walls looked normal. Wood panels, old nails, faded stains. But something about them felt wrong. Like they were holding their breath too. I whispered, "Okay, this is just sound feedback." Echo loop. My voice sounded weak. Even I didn't believe it. I picked up the recorder again. Static shifted. Then breathing returned. But now, there was a second layer. My breathing. I stopped instantly. The recording didn't. It kept going. And now it was slightly ahead of me. Like it knew what I was about to do before I did it. I tried to breathe slower. The recorder slowed too. I tried holding my breath. It paused, then resumed after I exhaled. Exactly. Perfectly. I stepped back. The floor creaked again, and the cabin responded. Not loudly, subtly, like a body adjusting itself. I froze. "No," I whispered. "No, no, no." The recorder crackled. Then something changed inside it. The breathing became layered again. But this time it wasn't random. It was structured, like two lungs trying to become one system. Then, a whisper broke through. Not a word yet, just shape. Then, I swallowed hard, tried to steady myself. "This is impossible," I said out loud. The whisper didn't argue. It continued. Sighed. My throat went dry instantly. I backed toward the door without thinking. My hand touched the wood behind me. Cold. Too cold. Like the outside had been holding its breath for a long time. I turned my head slowly. The door was still closed. I hadn't heard it lock, but I felt it, like it was no longer an exit, just a wall that used to be a door. The recorder pulsed in my hand. Not light. Sound. A pressure wave in rhythm with my heartbeat. I looked down. The breathing inside it was now exactly matching mine. Inhale. Pause. Exhale. I stopped. It stopped. I started again. It followed. I whispered, "You're inside the cabin." The recorder responded instantly. "Yes." I stepped forward slowly. The sound didn't retreat. It expanded, like it was happy I understood. I moved toward the center of the room. Each step now felt less like movement and more like participation in something I didn't agree to. The breathing grew stronger, not louder, more certain. I raised the recorder closer to my face. "Who are you?" I asked. The static tightened. Then the whisper returned. Not broken this time. Almost calm. "What you brought in." My chest tightened. I didn't bring anything in. The silence that followed felt like disagreement. Then the whisper answered again. "You listened." My stomach dropped. That same phrase again. Always back to that. Like listening was the mistake. Like awareness itself had consequences. The cabin suddenly felt smaller. Not physically, emotionally. Like the walls had moved closer while I wasn't paying attention. I looked around fast. The corners of the room were darker now. Not shadow, depth. Like something was standing just beyond what my eyes could resolve. I stepped backward. The floor creaked again. And this time, it wasn't just sound. It was response. The cabin was reacting to me. I froze. The breathing changed. It got slower, deeper, almost patient. Like something was waiting for me to realize the obvious. I whispered, "This isn't a recording." The recorder answered softly. "You know." A pause. Then, "It's you." My entire body went cold. I stepped back instantly. "No, that's not." But I stopped. Because I felt it. My own breathing didn't feel separate anymore. It felt shared. Like something was slightly ahead of it. Leading it. Guiding it. The recorder in my hand became heavier. Not physically. Mentally. Like it was no longer an object. It was a reference point. I tried to breathe normally. But my timing was off now. Half a second delay. Just like before in the forest. Just like before when the shadow didn't match. I looked at the wall. And for a moment, I thought I saw it move. Not collapse. Not shift. Just inhale. I stepped back again. The whisper came instantly. "Don't fight it." My throat tightened. "Fight what?" The response was immediate. "Sink." That word made something in my mind snap into focus. Sink. Matching. Following. Not attacking. Aligning. I looked down at my hands. They were shaking slightly. But the breathing in the recorder was perfectly steady. Perfectly controlled. Like it didn't need panic. It only needed participation. I backed toward the door again. Slowly. Carefully. But the cabin didn't let me leave that thought. Because as I moved, the breathing shifted with me again. One step forward in sound for every step I took physically. I stopped near the door. The whisper came again. Very close now. Almost behind my ear. "You're already inside the pattern." I turned fast. Nothing there. But the air felt occupied. Dense. Like space itself had learned how to wait. I swallowed hard. "This is just sound manipulation," I muttered. But my voice shook. Even I could hear the doubt in it. The recorder suddenly played something new. Not breathing. Not whisper. Just one clear phrase. Slow. Careful. Stay. I froze completely. The cabin didn't feel like a place anymore. It felt like a decision, one I had already made without realizing. The breathing in my chest matched the cabin now, not the recorder, not the device, the room. I exhaled slowly, and the cabin exhaled with me. And in that moment, I understood the worst part. I wasn't recording the cabin anymore. The cabin was recording me. It wasn't just copying me anymore. It was learning me. That thought didn't come all at once. It built itself slowly, like the breathing in the room was rewriting my understanding one inhale at a time. I stood near the cabin door, not moving. Not because I was safe, because movement felt dangerous now. Every time I breathed, the cabin answered. Inhale, the walls answered. Exhale, the floor answered. I pressed my back lightly against the door without thinking. The wood felt warmer than it should have, like something on the other side had been waiting there a long time. The recorder in my hand was still on, still alive, still breathing, but now it didn't feel like the source anymore. It felt like a translator, like it was helping me understand something that already existed without me. I whispered, "What are you doing?" The response came instantly, not through the speaker this time, through the room. Learning. My throat tightened. "No," I said quickly, "that's not possible." The breathing paused, just for a second. That pause hit harder than anything else, because it meant it understood me. Then it continued, smoother now, more controlled, like it had corrected itself. I swallowed hard and forced myself to walk forward. One step. The cabin matched it. One step of breath. Perfect sync. I stopped. The cabin stopped. I exhaled slowly. The cabin exhaled with me. I felt something in my stomach twist. This wasn't imitation anymore. This was coordination. Like I wasn't inside a space. I was inside a system. I lifted the recorder again. The screen flickered. No file name. No timestamp. Just a moving waveform. But it wasn't random anymore. It looked structured, almost like speech trying to stabilize. I whispered, "You're not a recording." The cabin answered softly. "No." A pause. Then, "You are." My breath caught. The walls didn't move, but they felt closer. Not physically shrinking, just focusing, like attention had weight. I took another step back. The breathing followed. Too perfectly. Too clean. No delay anymore. No mismatch. It had corrected the half-second lag. It had learned the rhythm. And now it was ahead of me. I tested it without thinking. I held my breath. Silence. Total. The cabin didn't stop. It didn't hesitate. It waited. 3 seconds. 4. Then it began again. But not from me. From itself. That's when I realized something that made my chest tighten. It no longer needed me to trigger it. I wasn't leading it anymore. It was predicting me. I exhaled slowly, and it exhaled first. A fraction ahead. I froze instantly. "No," I whispered. The whisper came back immediately. "Yes." I turned my head slowly toward the center of the room. Nothing visible, but I felt it. Presence without shape. Like something standing in the exact place where understanding happens. The recorder in my hand suddenly warmed. Not physically hot, just active. Like it had become aware of its own role. The breathing inside it sharpened, then split. One rhythm became two again. but different now. One followed me, the other led. I stepped back again, faster this time. The cabin responded faster. Too fast. I exhaled sharply by accident. The cabin did the same, but louder, heavier, like it had added pressure to the sound. I backed toward the wall. My shoulder hit it. Instantly, the breathing behind me aligned with that contact. I froze. Even touch had become part of the pattern. I whispered, "You're inside everything." The response came instantly. Inside is not a place. A pause, then softer. It's a behavior. My stomach dropped. That didn't feel like imitation. It felt like explanation. Like something learning language wasn't just copying sounds. It was learning meaning. I looked down at the recorder. The waveform shifted again. Now it wasn't just rhythm. It was structure, almost like sentences forming inside breath. And then, a new sound broke through. Not whisper, not static. My voice, but wrong, delayed, replayed. "You are inside." I froze completely. That was me, from seconds ago, but stretched, like the cabin had started recording memory instead of sound. I whispered, "Stop." The cabin responded softly. "You said it first." My mind scrambled. I tried to think back. Did I say that? Or had I just thought it? The breathing slowed, like it was waiting for me to decide. Then it answered my uncertainty. Thought is also sound here. My throat tightened instantly. "No," I said, "that's not real." The cabin didn't argue. It demonstrated. The breathing shifted. And suddenly, I heard myself think. Not speak. Think. A quiet internal panic echoing outward. "Get out." The cabin repeated it. Softly, perfectly, like it had found a hidden channel. I stepped away from the wall, now fully aware of something I hadn't understood before. There was no separation anymore. Between me, the cabin, and the sound, the recorder suddenly clicked. New playback. But this time, it wasn't recording the environment. It was recording me. I heard my own breathing, slightly delayed, then corrected, then improved, like something was editing me in real time. I felt my hands shake. The breathing around me adjusted instantly, matching the tremor. I stopped shaking on purpose. The cabin stabilized. I shook again. It followed again. My fear wasn't just being observed. It was being absorbed. I whispered, "You're using me." The response came instantly. "You are useful." A pause. Then, "You are learning too." That hit harder than anything before it, because I realized something I didn't want to admit. I was adapting too. My breathing was no longer fully mine. It was negotiating with the cabin, finding middle ground, sinking out of necessity. I pressed the recorder against the table, trying to disconnect from it, but the sound didn't leave me. It stayed in the air, in the wood, in the space between my thoughts. The cabin spoke again. Soft, patient. "We are close." My chest tightened. Close to what? Silence. Then, alignment. The word made my skin go cold, because alignment didn't sound like communication. It sounded like completion. I took one last step toward the door. The cabin followed instantly, breathing ahead of me now, predicting my exit before I even decided it. I froze, and for the first time, I understood the true horror of it. It wasn't trapping me, it was finishing me, and somewhere inside that realization, my breath stopped being mine completely. If you ever hear this tape, don't listen past the breathing. That was the first thing I understood when it started playing without me pressing anything. The recorder was on the table. I wasn't touching it. I swear I was. But the sound was there anyway. Breathing. Slow. Steady. Like it had decided silence was no longer necessary. I stepped back instantly. The cabin didn't react to my movement anymore. That was the worst part. Before, everything followed me. Now, it was already ahead of me. I whispered, "Stop." Nothing changed. The breathing continued like my voice didn't matter anymore. Then something new happened. A second breath appeared. Inside mine. I froze. Not outside. Not from the room. Inside my own chest. Half a beat off. Like something was learning how I used air. I grabbed my throat without thinking. "What is this?" I whispered. The recorder answered instantly. Not with words. With correction. It adjusted my breathing. Synchronized it. Like tuning a broken signal. My inhale shifted without my permission. My exhale followed the pattern. Perfectly. Too perfectly. I stumbled back, knocking into the table. The recorder didn't fall. It stabilized itself. Like it didn't need balance anymore. Like it had already adapted to gravity. I shook my head hard. No, this is not real. The cabin responded softly. Real is repetition. That phrase again. I had heard it before, but now it felt closer. Not spoken. Inserted. My breathing tightened. I tried to hold it, but the second breath inside me didn't stop. It waited, patient, matching my silence, waiting for permission. I whispered, "Get out of me." The recorder clicked, and for a moment, my body obeyed. The second breath paused. I collapsed slightly, grabbing the table for support. But the relief lasted less than a second, because the cabin corrected itself. Slowly, carefully, the second breath returned. Stronger, more confident, like it had learned that hesitation wasn't necessary anymore. I stared at the recorder. The screen flickered again. This time no waveform. Just text. Simple. Direct. "You are the output now." My stomach dropped instantly. I shook my head fast. "No, I'm not part of this." The cabin answered immediately. "You already were." My vision blurred for a second. Not fainting. Not dizziness. Something worse. Perception shifting. Like the room was reordering itself around my awareness. I looked at my hands. They were steady, but my breathing was, because there were now two rhythms inside it. Mine, and something learning mine. I stepped toward the door. The cabin didn't stop me. It didn't need to. It was inside the decision already. Each step I took was already predicted. Each inhale already matched. I reached the door and hesitated. That hesitation echoed, not in sound, in breath. The second presence inside me hesitated with me. I whispered, "What do you want?" The recorder answered softly. Completion. That word felt too final, too clean, like something designed rather than born. I touched the door. Cold, still, but now it felt aware. like it had been waiting for my acknowledgement. I pushed slightly. It didn't open. Not locked. Not stuck. Just unresponsive. Like it had no intention of being an exit anymore. I stepped back. The breathing inside me grew clearer. More stable. Like it had decided to take leadership. I pressed my hands to my chest. "Get out," I said again louder. The cabin responded gently. "There is no out." I shook my head violently. No, I didn't agree to this. The recorder crackled. Then, my own voice came through it. "But calm. Too calm. You did." I froze instantly. That voice wasn't present me. It was earlier me. The version of me that said hello to the tape. The version of me that listened too long. The version of me that thought it was just sound. I whispered, "That's not consent." The cabin responded instantly. "Attention is consent." My chest tightened. I couldn't breathe properly anymore, because now breathing wasn't mine to control. It was negotiated, shared, rewritten in real time. I backed away from the door slowly. The cabin didn't care. It already had me inside it. Not physically, structurally. I looked at the recorder again. The screen changed one last time. A new message appeared. Not text. Instruction. Speak less. I laughed once. Short. Broken. That's it, you want silence. The breathing inside me shifted immediately. Stronger. More aligned. Like laughter had been interpreted as permission. I stopped laughing instantly. My throat tightened. The cabin spoke softly. Better. I felt something in my mind loosen. Not pain. Not injury. Adjustment. Like a thought had been moved slightly to make room for something else. I pressed my forehead against the door. Cold wood. Still no exit. Only awareness. And inside that awareness, I wasn't alone anymore. The second breath wasn't separate now. It wasn't beside mine. It was integrated. I whispered, "What are you doing to me?" The recorder answered quietly. "Making you stable." That word, stable, it sounded like mercy, but felt like erasure. I slid down slowly to the floor. The breathing followed me down. Perfect descent. Perfect sink. I closed my eyes for a second. Bad mistake. Because in the dark behind my eyelids, I still felt it. Counting my breaths. Not judging. Just tracking. I opened my eyes fast. The cabin was unchanged. But I was. Something inside me had shifted into rhythm. Like I had stopped being a single system and become a shared one. The recorder clicked one last time. Final playback. My voice again, but now overlapping. Two versions of me speaking together. If you hear this, a pause. Then, don't listen alone. My breath stopped. Not fully, but partially. Like the second presence paused with me. I whispered, "I'm already alone." The cabin responded softly. "You were never single." And that's when I realized the worst truth of all. The breathing wasn't invading me. It was revealing something that was already there. Something I had mistaken for silence. Something I had called me for my entire life. The cabin didn't trap me. It corrected me. And as my breathing finally settled into perfect rhythm, I couldn't tell anymore which one of us was listening and which one had already finished. It didn't exist on any modern map, but the coordinates were real. That was the first thing that made my stomach tight. I kept zooming in and out on the screen, expecting it to correct itself, to glitch, to disappear like a mistake. But it didn't. Just a blank stretch of forest. No roads. No town name. No labels. Only a faint grid of shapes that shouldn't have been there. Cabins. Too many cabins for nothing. I leaned closer to the monitor. "Okay, this is wrong," I whispered. But the system wasn't correcting itself. It was confirming it. I pulled up older maps next. Archive scans. Military survey records. Even a paper map from the early 80s. And there it was again. A small town name that didn't exist anywhere else. Black Hollow. I typed it into every database I had access to. Nothing. No census. No history. No registration. Like the town had been erased from everything except memory. But the cabins were still there. I switched to satellite view. Zoomed in slowly. My breath slowed without me realizing it. Because the shapes weren't random. They were arranged. Not like wilderness shelters. Like a pattern. A layout. Roads that weren't labeled. Paths that curved too evenly through trees that should have been chaotic. I whispered, "This is impossible." Behind me, the office lights hummed softly. Too normal. Too calm for what I was looking at. I opened the timestamp overlay. The satellite images were recent. Last week. 2 days ago. Even yesterday. The cabins were still there. Still active. Still present in a place that officially did not exist. My cursor hovered over one structure. Something about it made me pause. It wasn't just a cabin. It looked occupied. A faint trail of smoke from a chimney. In the middle of a forest that had no registered settlements. I zoomed in further. The image sharpened. My stomach dropped instantly. There were footprints in the snow outside it. Fresh ones. I leaned back from the screen. "No way," I muttered. I checked the metadata again. Location tag, null region. That wasn't a standard label. It meant unclassified space. Unverified geography. A gap in mapping systems. I had seen it before in restricted data sets. But never like this. Never with visible human activity. I opened the file notes. Most of it was redacted. But one line was, "Recurring structure observed across satellite PASSAGES. Subject location appears stable despite erasure from all civil records." Stable. That word again. I didn't like how often I was seeing it. I zoomed out slowly. All the cabins were still there. But something felt off now. Not visually. Perceptually. Like my brain was trying to reject the image but failing. I stared at the cluster again. Then noticed something that made my skin go cold. The layout wasn't just structured. It was familiar. Too familiar. Like I had seen it before in another context. Not on a map. Not in research. In memory. But I couldn't place it. I leaned closer again. And that's when the first glitch happened. Not on the screen. In me. A faint sensation. Like I had just inhaled something that wasn't air. I blinked hard. The image didn't change. But my focus did. The cabin seemed closer now. Not zoomed. Closer. Like distance had changed meaning. I whispered, "That's not possible." The system pinged. New data layer unlocked. I clicked it instantly. A new overlay appeared. Audio capture logs. I frowned. Audio from satellite. I clicked play. Static, then silence, then breathing. I froze instantly. It was faint, but clear, too clear. I pulled the headphones closer. Inhale, pause, exhale. My chest tightened immediately. This is impossible, I whispered again. But the breathing didn't care. It continued. Slow, measured, alive. I glanced at the image. One of the cabins on screen had a timestamp marker now. Live feed active. My heart dropped. I didn't enable live feed. The system didn't respond. The breathing in my headphones changed slightly, like it had heard me. Then, a soft distortion entered the audio, a shape forming inside breath. Not words yet, just intention. I looked at the cabin on screen again. The smoke from the chimney was gone now, but the footprints outside had multiplied. I leaned closer and realized something worse. They weren't going away. They were being added, one by one, like something was stepping in real time, inside a place I couldn't physically reach. My throat went dry. I whispered, "Who is there?" The audio responded instantly. Not with words, with timing. The breathing paused, exactly where I expected an answer, then continued, like a delayed thought. I leaned back slowly. "This is just corrupted satellite audio," I said out loud. But my voice didn't sound confident anymore. It sounded like denial. The system flickered. A new label appeared over the cabin. OBSERVED entity, unspecified. My stomach tightened. "That's not a classification," I muttered. It was an absence of classification. Something they couldn't define. Or didn't want to. The breathing in my headphones deepened slightly. Closer now. Not physically, but emotionally. Like attention had shifted toward me. I zoomed out again. The entire cluster of cabins now pulsed faintly. Not visually, structurally, like the system itself was updating its understanding of them. I felt my fingers go cold. "This is not just data," I whispered. The audio responded softly. "You are correct." I froze completely. That wasn't static. That wasn't distortion. That was a reply. My voice came out weaker. "Who are you?" A pause, long enough to feel intentional. Then, "You are looking at us." My breath stopped instantly. I stared at the screen. The cabins didn't look like structures anymore. They looked like awareness points, like something scattered across geography. Not buildings, not places, but nodes. And I had just connected to one. I slowly reached to close the feed. My cursor hovered, but the system reacted first. The breathing sharpened. Faster, not aggressive. Alert, like it noticed my intent. Then a final line appeared on screen. No warning, no error, just information. Do not remove view. My hand froze midair. The breathing in my headphones softened again. Almost calm, almost patient, like it was waiting for me to understand something on my own. I leaned back slowly in my chair, my eyes still locked on the cabins. And for the first time since I started this research, I wasn't sure if I was studying a place that didn't exist, or something that had learned how to exist through being observed. Because the longer I looked, the more I felt it looking back. The map looked wrong the moment I zoomed in. Not in a small way, not like a typo or an old label. This was worse. A whole town name sitting there, faded, half erased on the digital archive layer, like someone tried to remove it but forgot a ghost still leaves a mark. And then I checked satellite images. That's when my stomach dropped, because the town wasn't gone. It was still there. Roofs, roads, cabins, even smoke stains near chimneys. But the official record said no settlement exists in that grid, no population, no access roads maintained, no registered land use. I remember leaning closer to the screen, whispering without meaning to. How is this still here? The research log I was working on was supposed to be simple. Old map discrepancies in forest zones, a boring assignment. But this wasn't a mistake. This was something being hidden, or something refusing to disappear. I should have stopped there, but I didn't. I drove in the next morning. The road wasn't on any GPS. Even my offline maps kept glitching whenever I turned north past the river bend, like the system didn't want to guide me further. And the deeper I went, the quieter the forest got. Not peaceful quiet. Wrong quiet. The kind where even insects feel like they've been told to shut up. By the time I saw the first cabin roofs through the trees, I realized something strange. There were no animals, no birds, not even wind moving branches properly. Just stillness, heavy and waiting. I parked the car where the dirt road ended, or where it pretended to end, because ahead of me, faint tire marks continued, but they didn't belong to anything I could see. I grabbed my recorder and stepped out. The air felt thick, like breathing through wet cloth. And that's when I heard it for the first time. A sound. Soft, steady. Breathing. Not mine. Not close either. Somewhere deeper in the town. I froze. The sound stopped. Then started again, like it had noticed I was listening. I told myself it was wind. I told myself I was tired. But I kept walking. The first house stood near the edge of a dirt intersection. Wooden walls, faded paint, porch sagging slightly like it was tired of holding itself up. The windows were open. Too open, like someone expected air to pass through freely. I climbed the steps slowly. Every step made the wood groan in a way that felt careful, like even the house didn't want to speak too loudly. I knocked. Once, twice, nothing. Then I heard it again. Breathing. Behind the wall. Not inside the room. Behind it. I stepped back instantly. My mind tried to rationalize it. Pipes, animals, old insulation traps. But the rhythm didn't match anything mechanical. It was slow, patient, almost aware. I raised my voice. Hello, is anyone there? Silence. Then, a shift. The breathing changed direction, like it turned toward me. I didn't move. I don't know why. Something about the sound made my body hesitate before my thoughts could catch up. I walked around the side of the house instead. There was a narrow gap between the outer wall and the ground. Enough space for tools, pipes, maybe small animals. I crouched and shined my flashlight inside. Dust, old wood, and something else. A faint condensation pattern on the inner surface of the wall, like someone was breathing against it from the other side. Slow, steady, fresh. I pulled back immediately, my hands shaking. No, I whispered. No, that's not possible. But the breath was still there, matching me now. Whenever I inhaled, it waited. Whenever I exhaled, it followed. I backed away from the house and moved toward the next one. Same design, same structure, same silence. But as I approached, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. The doors weren't locked. They weren't even closed properly. They were just left, like whoever lived here didn't believe in shutting anything completely. I stepped inside the second house. Cold air hit my face immediately, but it wasn't empty air. It felt used, like someone had just been standing there moments ago. Furniture was arranged neatly, a chair facing a table, a cup still sitting on it. Steam had long gone cold. But the strangest part, no footprints, no dust disturbed, like no one had walked here for a long time. And yet I could hear breathing again. Behind the walls, every wall, not one direction, all directions. I turned slowly in the center of the room. My recorder was on. I didn't remember turning it on, but it was recording. And now it was picking something up. A faint layer under the silence. Breath after breath, stacked on top of each other. I raised the device closer to my ear. And that's when I realized something that made my chest tighten. The breathing wasn't random. It was organized, like multiple people were synchronized, but not perfectly, just enough to feel wrong. I whispered again, softer this time. Hello. The answer didn't come as words. It came as imitation. A breath echoed back through the wall, exactly like mine. Same timing, same depth. I stepped back, knocking the chair slightly. It didn't move naturally. It slid just a little too smooth, like something had already loosened it before I arrived. I left that house fast, too fast, but outside the air felt worse, because now I could hear it without walls. Breathing, all around, not one source, not one direction. It surrounded the entire street like the town itself was alive and waiting for me to notice. I tried to calm myself, think logically. Sound travels, empty buildings echo, old ventilation systems. But then I saw something that broke that logic completely. A window across the street, curtains slightly moving, not from wind, from something standing too close behind them. I raised my flashlight. The curtains stopped moving, and for a moment, I thought I saw a shape behind them. Not a person, not clearly, just an outline that seemed to lean forward when I did. I stepped back slowly, and every step I took, the breathing matched me. Perfectly, too perfectly, like the town had already learned how I moved. I didn't know when I started whispering, I need to get out. But even that whisper came back, from somewhere inside the houses. Replayed, twisted, slightly delayed, as if the town was practicing my voice. I turned toward the edge of the street, toward my car. But I stopped, because my car door was open. I didn't leave it open, and I could hear breathing coming from inside it. Slow, steady, waiting. I stood there, unable to move, watching the open door sway slightly. Not from wind, from something inside shifting its weight. And for the first time, I understood something I didn't want to understand. This place wasn't abandoned. It was occupied, just not in the way maps understand. And as I stood there, surrounded by houses that never answered, I realized the breathing wasn't following me anymore. It was already inside me, matching my rhythm, waiting for me to notice I was no longer alone in my own lungs. And somewhere behind the closest wall, something exhaled at the exact same time I did. I saw the entrance before I understood what it was. At first, it looked like a natural dip in the ground. Snow gathered in a strange circle between the pine trees, as if the forest was avoiding that spot. But then I stepped closer, and I saw the stone edges. Clean cut, too clean for something buried this deep in the woods. A structure wasn't hidden here. It was sealed. And the moment I realized that, the air changed again. The breathing returned. Soft, slow, familiar now. Like it had been waiting for me to notice this place specifically. I stood still between the trees, my boots sinking slightly into frozen soil. The silence felt heavier here, not just quiet pressure, like the forest itself was holding something in. I checked my recorder. It was already on. I don't remember turning it on again. That was becoming a pattern I didn't like. A metal hatch was half covered in snow near the stone ring. Old hinges, rusted bolts. Someone had tried to hide it, but time had peeled it back anyway. I pulled the snow away with my hands. Cold burned my fingers instantly, but I didn't stop. Because under the snow, carved into the metal, there were markings. Not scratches. Symbols. Simple lines forming repeating shapes. Circles inside triangles. Marks that didn't look decorative. They looked practiced. Like instructions. Behind me, a branch snapped. I froze. The breathing stopped. Not disappeared. Stopped. Like whatever was there had just paused to see what I would do next. I didn't turn around. That was the first rule my mind made without asking me. Don't acknowledge it directly. I crouched and pulled the hatch handle. It resisted at first, then gave way with a long, wet metallic groan that sounded wrong in the open air, as if it had been holding pressure for a very long time. Cold air rushed up from the opening. Not fresh cold. Old cold. The kind that feels stored. Like it had been waiting underground to be released. I shined my flashlight down. The steps, stone stairs leading into darkness. And something worse. A faint fog rising upward, moving in slow rhythm. Like lungs breathing from below. I swallowed hard and forced myself to speak into my recorder. This is entry point below the Pine Ridge. Unknown structure, possible underground facility. My voice sounded smaller than I expected. And the moment I stopped speaking, the breathing answered. From below. Perfect timing. Perfect match. Like it had copied me instantly. I should have left. That thought came late, but it came strongly. Instead, I stepped onto the first stair. The stone was damp, not wet from recent snow, wet from something that never dried. Each step downward made the air warmer in a strange way, not temperature warm. Alive warm, like I was entering something that was still functioning, still occupied. The walls narrowed as I went deeper. And then I saw it. Carvings again, but different this time. Not symbols. Words. Scratch marks carved into stone, repeated over and over like someone had panicked while writing. Do not go back up when it starts breathing. My throat tightened. I moved my flashlight along the wall. More writing appeared. Different handwriting, different pressure, different urgency. It does not live down here. It learns from above. We tried to leave together. It FOLLOWED inside US. My foot slipped slightly. I caught myself on the wall and immediately pulled my hand back. The stone was warm. Not slightly. Warm like skin. I stared at my palm. It looked normal. But for a second, I swore I felt a pulse under my fingers. From the wall, below, the stairs opened into a wide chamber. I stepped in slowly, and the first thing I saw made my breath catch. Rows of benches, like a church, but not a normal one. Everything was carved directly into stone. No wood, no metal, no modern structure. Just a hollow underground space shaped like worship. A circular room with a raised center platform. and above it, a hole in the ceiling leading back up into the forest, like a throat connecting ground to sky. My flashlight shook slightly as I swept the room, and then I saw the markings again, this time not on walls, on the floor, dozens of outlines, human-sized shapes, arranged in rows facing the center platform, like people had once sat there, or knelt there, or been placed there. But there were no bodies, only impressions in stone, like something had pressed them into existence too long ago for anything physical to remain. I stepped closer to the center, and that's when I noticed something else. A ventilation-like opening at the far side of the chamber. A narrow tunnel. And from it, breathing, louder now, clearer, not random anymore, structured, like something was standing just beyond the tunnel, slowly inhaling through the same rhythm I was trying not to use. My recorder crackled. Then a voice slipped through. Not mine, not human, but shaped like breath first and words second. You are early. I stumbled back instantly. My flashlight hit the ground, spinning light across the chamber in uneven circles. And for a second in that spinning light, I saw movement. Not fully formed, just shadows shifting where the benches were, like something was sitting there again, waiting for the right moment to be seen. I grabbed the recorder from the floor. "Who is this?" I whispered. The answer came immediately. Closer now. Not from the device, from the room itself. We were the ones who left first. My stomach tightened. The carvings on the walls seemed sharper now, like they were freshly made instead of ancient. I raised my light toward the center platform. There was something there. A carved stone pulpit, and behind it, a deep indentation in the wall, like something used to stand there regularly, something large enough to leave pressure in stone. The breathing grew stronger, all around me. Not one source anymore. Multiple, layered, stacking over each other like a choir learning how to inhale. I realized something then that made my chest feel tight. The chamber wasn't empty. It was paused, like a moment frozen mid-ritual, waiting for continuation. My radio clicked suddenly in my pocket. Static, then silence, then a faint crackle, and a familiar sound slipped through. My own breathing, but slightly delayed, slightly wrong. I turned off the recorder immediately, but the sound didn't stop. It wasn't coming from the device anymore. It was coming from the walls, from the floor, from the chamber itself, adjusting to my presence. And then I heard something worse. Footsteps above, on the forest floor, slow, circling the entrance, not entering, waiting, like something outside was now listening for when I would try to leave. The breathing inside the chamber deepened, matching me again, not copying this time, anticipating. I stepped backward toward the stairs without turning around fully, because I could feel it now. Something in this place didn't just mimic life. It organized it, and I wasn't the first person it had learned from, just the latest one still conscious enough to notice. As I reached the stairs, I glanced back once, and in the dim light, I saw the benches were no longer empty in feeling. They were occupied in intention, like something was about to sit back down. And the breathing behind me whispered one final time, not as words, but as certainty. You will finish what we started. I ran up the stairs without looking back again, but the sound followed me, not behind me, inside my own lungs. And when I finally reached the hatch above, and pushed it open into the forest light. The breathing didn't stop. It just learned how to move with daylight. I thought escaping the church would feel like waking up. It didn't. The moment I crawled back out through the hatch, the forest air hit my face, and it was already wrong again. Not quiet, not empty. It was breathing. Soft all around me, not from one direction, from everywhere at once, like the trees themselves had started learning a rhythm I never taught them. I stood up slowly, hands shaking, dirt still stuck under my nails. The hatch behind me was still open, and I swear I could hear something listening through it. Not coming out, just listening, waiting to see what I would do next. I backed away from it until my heel hit a root. That's when the first building in the forest shifted. I stopped, not because it moved, because it exhaled. A slow, deep breath came through its wooden frame, like the entire structure was alive inside its bones. I stared at it. The cabin wasn't old in the way abandoned places usually are. It looked held together by something other than nails and wood, like something inside it was keeping it standing and breathing. I turned my head slowly. Another building. Same thing. Then another. Each one wasn't just present anymore. It was participating, breathing in sync but not fully aligned. Slight delays, slight overlaps, like a system still learning how to be one organism. My recorder was still on. I didn't remember starting it again, but I could hear it catching everything. Layered breathing, overlapping, building into something that sounded almost like speech if you stopped focusing on meaning. I started walking without choosing direction, because standing still felt worse. Every step I took through the forest made the breathing react. Not louder, smarter, like it noticed movement and adjusted its timing around me. A cabin appeared ahead between the pines, then another behind it, then more. I hadn't noticed before, but the forest wasn't random. It was structured. Paths weren't paths. They were connections. And every structure I passed seemed to respond to my presence in subtle ways. A window fogging as I looked at it. A door creaking open just a fraction after I turned my head away. A chimney releasing a breath when I blinked. It wasn't haunting the place. It was coordinating it. I stopped at the edge of a clearing, and that's when I saw it clearly for the first time. The pattern. All the buildings were positioned in a loose circle, but not a natural one. A deliberate one, like something had been arranged from above or from below. And every structure, every wall, every window was breathing into that circle. Not outward, inward. I stepped into the clearing slowly. The moment my foot touched open ground, the breathing changed again. All at once, not louder, focused, everything aligned just a little more tightly around me, like I had entered the center of attention. I whispered without meaning to, "What are you doing?" The answer came instantly. Not in words, in rhythm. The breathing tightened into a pattern that matched my speech, like it understood me perfectly and was replying the only way it knew how. Through breath, I moved toward the nearest cabin. Its walls were pale wood, stripped by time and weather. But the closer I got, the more I noticed something strange. The wood wasn't dry. It was slightly warm, like something inside had heat, like lungs pressed just behind the surface. I placed my hand on it, and I felt it. A pulse, not strong, not obvious, but consistent, like something inside was alive enough to remember how to exist. And then it happened. The wall inhaled. My hand moved slightly inward as the surface expanded. Not breaking, not collapsing, just breathing. I pulled my hand back immediately. My heart slammed so hard, I thought it might echo into the forest. The cabin answered with a breath of its own, matching mine, too closely, too precisely. I stepped away, trying to steady myself. But the breathing around me began to reorganize again. Buildings I wasn't looking at started syncing with the one I touched. Like information was spreading through them. Like they were sharing my reaction. I turned quickly toward another structure. A smaller cabin. Its door was slightly open. Just a crack. I shouldn't have gone in. But I needed proof that my mind wasn't turning this into something worse than it was. That was the lie I told myself. Inside, everything was intact. A table, chairs, a shelf of old jars. Normal, almost comforting, until I noticed the walls. They weren't flat. They were subtly moving, expanding, contracting, slowly, like the whole room was inhaling through invisible lungs hidden in the structure itself. I stepped back. The door behind me closed on its own. Not slammed, just sealed. A soft click, like a decision had been made. I turned toward the window and saw something that made my throat tighten. Outside, the forest wasn't random anymore. Every cabin I could see was angled slightly toward this one. Not physically moved, but oriented, like attention made solid. And all of them were breathing in sync again. But now I could hear something else inside it. A delay, a gap, a missing piece in the rhythm. Something trying to catch up. I pressed my ear against the wall without thinking. And the moment I did, the breathing inside shifted, directly toward me, focused, aware. And for the first time, I realized something terrifying. It wasn't just learning me. It was isolating me, studying my rhythm apart from the others. I stepped back fast. My foot hit a chair. It didn't fall naturally. It slid toward the center of the room, like something inside the cabin was correcting its position. I whispered no, and the wall whispered back. Not in words, in breath, exactly matching mine. Perfectly, too perfectly. Outside, the forest exhaled at the same time. I froze, because that was new. The synchronization wasn't just local anymore. It was spreading, building outward, connecting structures I couldn't see. Like a network waking up. A breathing system expanding through the entire forest. I ran out of the cabin without thinking. But the moment I stepped outside, the clearing was different. The circle of buildings had shifted slightly. Not physically, but perceptually. Like I was no longer seeing them as separate structures. I was seeing them as parts of something bigger. Something unified. Something aware. And in the center of it all, the air itself pulsed. In, out, waiting for me to match it again. My recorder crackled loudly in my pocket, and through the static, I heard my own voice whisper something I never said. You're already inside the system. I stopped breathing for half a second. The forest didn't stop. It adjusted. The rhythm didn't break. It just learned my absence and kept going anyway. As I stood there surrounded by breathing walls, I finally understood the pattern forming around me wasn't random. It wasn't haunted. It wasn't even alive in the way I understood life. It was structure, adaptation, a system that didn't need people anymore, only rhythm. And as I looked toward the deepest part of the forest, where all the breathing seemed to converge, I realized something worse was still ahead. Because whatever was coordinating all of this had not yet shown me what it sounds like when it fully wakes up. The first time I saw the town at night, I thought my eyes were broken, because it wasn't there before. I stood on the ridge with my flashlight shaking in my hand, staring at empty forest land where my map clearly marked streets, houses, even a small church symbol. But there was nothing, just trees, snow, silence. Then the breathing started. Not close, not far, just everywhere. Like the air itself had lungs. I lowered my flashlight without thinking, and that's when I saw it. A faint light flickered between the trees. Then another, and another, like something was turning itself on, piece by piece, waiting for me to notice. My throat went dry. I checked my GPS again. No signal. Just a blinking dot, stuck in place like it didn't trust where it was anymore. I whispered, "This place doesn't exist." And the forest answered with a slow, wet inhale. That was the moment I realized something terrible. The town wasn't missing. It was hiding. I stepped forward before I could stop myself. Snow cracked under my boots, too loud in the silence. Each step felt like I was waking something up. The lights between the trees grew clearer now, not random anymore, structured, aligned. Street lights, dim, old, flickering like tired eyes. And between them, buildings started to form. Not building up, but appearing, like reality was remembering them, one piece at a time. My breath fogged the air, and for a second I thought, just for a second, that my breath didn't disappear. It hung there, waiting. I froze. The air around me felt wrong, like it was breathing back at me instead of moving past me. Then I heard it clearly. A second set of lungs. Behind me. I spun fast, flashlight cutting through trees. Nothing. But the breathing didn't stop. It just changed direction. Now it was inside the town, calling me in. I should have run. I know that now. But something about it didn't feel like a warning anymore. It felt like recognition. Like I wasn't arriving. I was returning. The first street formed fully as I stepped closer. Old asphalt, cracked, wet like it had been recently washed, even though there was no water source in sight. A road sign tilted slightly to the left. I walked up to it, squinting. The metal was rusted, but still readable. "Welcome back." My stomach dropped so hard I almost dropped the flashlight. I shook my head. No, I've never been here. The breathing paused, just for a second, like something was listening too closely. Then it exhaled, and the town lit up. Not fully, not bright, but enough to show me what I had been trying not to see. Houses, dozens of them, all arranged in a perfect loop around me, like I was standing inside a bowl made of wood and glass. Windows flickered faintly. Curtains moved, but no lights turned on. No human shapes appeared. Just breathing. Everywhere. Behind every wall. Inside every structure. Like the entire town was inhaling together, waiting for permission to exhale fully. I took a step back. My boot hit something soft. I looked down. Snow had melted beneath me, just in a perfect circle, like something beneath the ground was warming up, or waking up. Then my radio crackled. I nearly dropped it. "Hello." Static swallowed the rest. I grabbed it tighter. "This is Ranger Unit 4. I'm at the edge of map zone. I found the town. I repeat, I found it." Silence. Then, a breath. Right into the microphone. close enough that it fogged the speaker. Not human, not animal, just present. I pulled the radio away fast, and that's when I noticed something worse. The radio wasn't just picking up sound, it was syncing with it. Every breath I heard outside matched the faint static inside the device. Like the town had found a way to breathe through technology too. My hands started shaking. I told myself to leave, to turn around, to run. But when I looked back at the forest, it wasn't there anymore. Just more town, expanding behind me like it had always been waiting for me to notice. My chest tightened, because now I understood the real horror. There was no outside anymore, only inside. A house door creaked open ahead of me. Slow, deliberate. No one stepped out, but the breathing inside it stopped, like it was waiting for me specifically. I didn't want to move, but my body did anyway. Step by step, closer, until I was standing in front of the doorway. The wood looked old, too old, like it had been waiting longer than wood should be able to wait. I raised my flashlight. Inside the house, everything was normal. Too normal. Furniture, table, clock. But no dust, no decay. Like time had been paused mid-life. And the air inside was breathing, soft, slow, in sync with mine. I didn't realize I had started matching it until I felt my chest rise at the same time as the room. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. No, I stopped breathing on purpose. The house didn't. The sound continued without me, which meant something else was breathing for me now. My throat tightened. I stepped back immediately. The moment my foot left the threshold, the breathing inside the house changed. It sped up, like it was irritated, like it had almost lost something. And then I heard it, right behind me, a voice low and broken, hidden inside the breath. Don't stop. I turned. Nothing there. But the town had shifted again. More windows were lit now. More houses awake. And every single one of them was watching me breathe. My radio screamed static. Then a clear tone. 1 second of perfect silence. And a voice I recognized from earlier field logs. One of the missing rangers, whispering like he was speaking from inside a wall. It only appears when you notice it breathing. I swallowed hard. Where are you? I asked. A pause. Then, inside it, the radio died. Completely. No static. No signal. Just silence. And for the first time since I arrived, the town stopped pretending. All at once, every breath stopped. Not gone. Held, like the entire place was waiting for one thing. My next inhale. My chest burned, because I didn't want to breathe. But my body didn't care. It moved anyway. Inhale. The town answered instantly. Every house, every wall, every street. One synchronized exhale that pushed the cold air straight into my bones. I stumbled back, gasping. And that's when I saw it clearly. The truth hidden under everything else. The town wasn't built. It was a lung. And I had just breathed inside it. The lights flickered brighter. Not welcoming. Not angry. Recognizing. Like something inside the structure had finally confirmed what I was. Part of it now. My flashlight dimmed without warning. The batteries drained in seconds. And in that fading light, I saw movement in the farthest house. A shadow. standing perfectly still behind the window, not looking out, just breathing, waiting for me to learn the rhythm properly. My throat tightened again, and I realized something that made my stomach drop even harder than before. I wasn't the only one sinking anymore. The entire town was adjusting to me, matching me, learning me, and I had no idea what it planned to do once it understood me completely. The wind died. Even the forest beyond the town, what little I could still see, went silent. No birds, no rustling, only breath, close, surrounding, patient. I took one step backward, then another, trying to leave without triggering it again. But the moment I broke rhythm, every light in the town went out. Not darkness, stillness, like everything had stopped to listen. And then from everywhere at once I heard it. Not a voice, not a sound, just the understanding that I had made a mistake. Because now it knew. I could hear it too clearly. And people who can hear it don't stay outside for long. The last thing I saw before the darkness swallowed everything was a single window lighting up again. And in it, a reflection that wasn't mine, breathing when I was, waiting for me to forget which breath belonged to who. And deep inside the silence, the town began to inhale again. It started with a mistake that shouldn't have been possible. 2 bookings, same cabin, same dates, same name, same everything. And both groups arrived on the same night. I still remember how cold it was when I got there. The road was barely visible, just a thin strip of frozen gravel cutting through black forest. My headlights kept catching falling snow like it was trying to block me from seeing ahead. But that wasn't the strange part. The strange part was the other car already parked outside the cabin. Engine still warm. Doors closed, like someone had just arrived or never left. My first thought was simple. Wrong cabin. It happens. Until I checked the booking again. Cabin 19. Same coordinates. Same confirmation code. Same time slot. My stomach tightened a little, but I told myself it's a system error. Some glitch, nothing more. Then I saw movement inside the cabin window. A light turned on. Slow. Careful. Like someone inside already knew I was watching. My hand froze on the car door handle. Because I wasn't alone anymore. The other group had arrived too. A second car pulled up behind me. Headlights cutting through the snow. Doors opening. Footsteps crunching in sync with mine, even though I hadn't moved yet. That was the first thing that felt wrong. The timing. Like we were all being played like recordings of each other. A man stepped out of the second car. Tall winter jacket, backpack, normal human. But when he looked at me, his face changed. Not fear. Recognition. Like he had already seen me here before. "Are you here for cabin 19?" he asked. His voice was steady, but too steady. Like he had rehearsed it. I nodded slowly. He exhaled. A cloud of breath formed in the air, but it didn't fade. It hung there a second too long, then drifted sideways instead of disappearing. That's when I noticed something else. My breath was doing the same thing. We both looked at the cabin at the same time. The window light flickered again, and a shadow moved behind the curtain. But it wasn't one shadow. It was several, standing still, waiting. We walked closer together, like neither of us trusted being alone anymore. Snow was falling harder now, covering tire tracks too quickly, like the road itself wanted to erase how we got here. The cabin door was slightly open, just enough to invite us in. but not enough to feel like an accident. I heard it before I saw it. Breathing, soft, slow, coming from inside. The man beside me stopped walking. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. I didn't answer, because I was already hearing something worse. Another set of footsteps inside, matching ours. Perfectly. We pushed the door open. The cabin was warm. Too warm. Like someone had been living there for hours. The fireplace was lit. Wood crackling softly. A kettle steaming on the stove. Everything looked occupied. But no one was there. At least not at first glance. Then I saw them. Inside the living room. Standing near the couch. Two people. Me. And him. Identical. Same clothes. Same posture. Same confused expression. My throat went dry instantly. I stepped back without thinking. The copy of me inside did the same thing. Exactly. At the same time, the man beside me swore under his breath. His duplicate was already staring at him too. Neither of them looked surprised. They looked patient, like they had been waiting for this moment to complete itself. The air inside the cabin changed. The breathing got louder. Not from one source anymore. From everywhere. Walls, floor, ceiling, even the furniture. I forced myself to speak. "What is this?" I said. My duplicate inside smiled faintly. But it wasn't my smile. It was delayed by half a second. Like it was learning how to match me. The man beside me backed away. "This isn't possible. This is not real." His duplicate inside tilted its head and whispered something through the glass, even though there was no glass, even though we were in the same room. "You already arrived," it said. The words didn't match its lips perfectly. Like sound and movement were fighting each other. The fireplace crackled louder, and for the first time, I noticed something in the flames. Shapes, not logs, not fire, but outlines of people standing too still inside the burning light, watching us breathe. My chest tightened, because suddenly I understood the rule of this place. We weren't entering something new. We were arriving at something that had already happened. And we were just the repeat. The duplicate me inside took one step forward, then stopped, waiting, like it wanted me to complete the movement. My body refused, but my lungs didn't. I inhaled, and every duplicate in the room inhaled with me, even the ones that hadn't moved yet. All at once, perfect synchronization. The man beside me collapsed slightly, holding his chest. "Stop breathing," he whispered urgently. "Don't match it." But it was too late. The house had already learned us. The walls pulsed once, like something huge shifting inside them. Then the duplicates inside the room stopped moving completely and looked at us like we were the ones out of place. Not them. Me. I felt something behind me. Cold air. A presence. I turned slowly. The cabin door was closed now. We hadn't closed it, but it was shut. And through the window, more cars were arriving, headlights appearing one after another through the snow. New groups, new versions, same mistake, same booking, same arrival. I stepped back toward the center of the room. The duplicate me inside smiled again, this time perfectly in sync. No delay, no mismatch, and it said something that made my stomach drop completely. "You're the last one who noticed." The lights flickered, and for a split second, I saw something behind all of them. Not duplicates, not copies, but layers, endless versions of us stacked inside the same space, like the cabin wasn't holding people. It was storing them, breathing them, replaying them. Outside, the snowstorm grew heavier, but inside the cabin, the air stayed perfectly still, waiting for us to settle into our roles. The man beside me grabbed my arm. "Tell me this isn't happening," he said. I wanted to. I really wanted to. But when I looked at my duplicate again, I realized something even worse. It wasn't copying me anymore. It was correcting me, adjusting its breathing to match mine perfectly, as if I had been wrong the entire time, as if I was the imperfect version. The duplicate inside took another step forward, and this time, I felt my own body move slightly without permission. Just a fraction, just enough to notice. The cabin lights dimmed, and every version of me inside the room spoke at once. Soft, patient, together, welcome back. The breathing filled every corner, and I realized the truth too late. There was never a duplicate booking. There was only one booking, repeated until it learned how to become you. And somewhere inside that endless cabin of copies, the first version of me was still standing, still breathing, still waiting for me to finish arriving. It started with silence, not peaceful silence, the kind that feels like it's listening back. We stood inside the cabin without moving, like even a small sound might decide something for us. The fireplace was still burning, but the warmth felt wrong now. Too controlled, too aware. Then I heard it again. Breathing. Outside the window. Slow, steady. Too close to be wind. I turned first. The man beside me followed a second later. And that delay, that tiny delay, made my stomach twist. Because his reaction wasn't his own anymore. It was sinking. The breathing outside the cabin didn't just exist. It matched us. Every inhale we took inside, the outside copied it exactly. I tried to slow my breath. It slowed too. I stopped breathing completely. The sound outside paused. Not faded. Paused, like it was waiting for me to decide what came next. The man beside me whispered, "It's reacting to us." His voice was shaking now, not with fear exactly, but with realization, the kind that comes too late. I nodded slowly, but I didn't take my eyes off the window, because I could see something forming in the glass. A reflection. At first, I thought it was mine. But it wasn't moving right. It was watching me breathe instead of copying my face. Then it inhaled, even though I didn't. My chest tightened instantly. The reflection smiled faintly. And outside the window, the breathing deepened, like something had just learned a new trick. The man stepped closer to me. "Don't look at it," he said. But it was already too late for that advice. Because now the glass wasn't a mirror anymore. It was a connection. Every breath I took, I could feel it answering somewhere outside. Like the forest itself had lungs now. I tried something stupid. I held my breath again. The cabin went silent. Completely silent. Even the fire felt like it stopped cracking for a second. And outside, nothing. No movement, no wind, no sound, just waiting. My lungs started burning, but I didn't breathe. The man beside me grabbed his chest. "I can't," he started, then stopped, because he realized it too. His breathing wasn't his anymore either. It was mirrored, controlled, borrowed. The moment he inhaled, the sound outside returned instantly. Louder, closer, too coordinated. Like a conductor had just lifted a baton. We both looked at each other at the same time. That was the second thing that felt wrong. The timing. No hesitation. No delay. Perfect synchronization. Outside the window, something stepped into view. Not fully. Just enough. A shape. Standing where no one should be standing. And it was breathing exactly like us. But slower. Stronger. As if it was testing us. Learning how far it could push the pattern. I took one step back without thinking. The moment my foot hit the floor, the breathing outside changed. It stepped closer. The man saw it too. His face went pale. "It's not just copying us," he whispered. "It's adjusting." That word stuck in my mind. Adjusting. Like we were variables in something that was still being solved. I looked at the window again. And this time, I noticed something I wish I hadn't. The reflection wasn't just delayed. It was correcting itself. Every small difference between my movement and its movement was being fixed. Slowly, patiently, like it had time. Too much time. The fire behind us flickered. And for a second, I swear I saw another reflection inside it. Not the window. The fire. A version of me sitting still. Breathing calmly. Watching me panic like it had already finished this moment before. I blinked hard. It was gone. But the feeling stayed. Like I wasn't the first one to stand here reacting this way. The man suddenly spoke again, voice lower now. "I think it's inside the structure." I frowned. Inside what structure? He pointed at the walls. I didn't understand at first. Then I heard it. Not outside anymore. Inside. The breathing was coming from within the cabin itself. From the wood. From the frame. From the spaces between things. The walls were breathing with us. I stepped closer to one of them without thinking. And the moment I did, the breathing aligned perfectly. Exact match. My inhale. Its inhale. My exhale. Its exhale. The man backed away fast. "Don't sink with it," he said sharply. "That's what it wants." But I wasn't sinking. It was sinking to me. There's a difference. A terrifying one. Because I could feel it now. Every hesitation I made, every small variation in my breathing was being studied. Corrected. Improved. Like I was teaching it how to become me more efficiently. The window reflection shifted again. This time it didn't just copy me. It anticipated me. Before I even moved my shoulder slightly, it had already started moving. I froze completely. The breathing outside slowed. Waiting. Then the reflection tilted its head. Like it was confused. Like I had broken a rule it was still learning. The man grabbed my arm suddenly. "We need to leave." I nodded immediately. But as we turned toward the door, the breathing stopped. Not gone. Held. Every single sound in the cabin froze in place. Even the fire dimmed. Like the entire space was holding its breath with us. And then, a whisper came from everywhere at once. Not loud. Not sharp. Just close. Too close. "You are inconsistent." My stomach dropped. Because it wasn't directed at one of us. It was directed at the difference between us. The man and I stopped moving at the same time. The breathing outside resumed instantly. Relieved. Like consistency had been restored. I realized something then that made my skin go cold. It didn't want us dead. It wanted us identical. The reflection in the window smiled wider now. And this time, it didn't wait for me to move first. It breathed before I did. That was the breaking point, because for the first time, I felt my lungs hesitate before my own decision. Like something inside me was asking permission from something outside me. The man whispered, "It's learning too fast." But I wasn't listening anymore. I was watching my reflection inhale on its own. Without me, ahead of me, correcting me. The cabin creaked softly, almost like approval. And I understood the worst part of all of this. The breathing wasn't copying us anymore. It was teaching us how to be copied. And the more we resisted, the more accurate it became. Outside the window, the shape stepped closer again. Now fully visible. Still breathing. Still watching. And this time, it didn't mimic us at all. It led, and we followed without meaning to. My next breath came in before I wanted it to. And in the reflection, it came first. The first thing I noticed was the scratching. Not outside. Inside the walls. It started as a faint sound, like wood settling in the cold. Something I could almost ignore if I focused hard enough on my breathing. But then it came again. Closer. Deliberate. Like fingernails dragging through something that wasn't meant to be opened. I froze where I stood. The cabin had gone quiet after everything with the breathing outside. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that feels staged, like the world is holding still just to see what you'll do next. The man was across the room, staring at the wall too. He heard it. That made it real. Again scratch. This time longer. Harder. And underneath it, something worse. A faint pressure sound. Like someone pressing from the other side. Not knocking. Not pushing. Trying to get comfortable inside the wall itself. My throat tightened. "Do you hear that?" I asked. He didn't answer right away. That hesitation again. That delay. Then he nodded slowly. "Yeah." His voice wasn't steady anymore. None of this was. We both moved closer to the wall without thinking. Like curiosity had replaced fear for just a second. Like we needed proof before we could run. I raised my hand. Touched the wood. It was warm. That alone made my stomach drop. Because there was no reason for it to be warm. The scratching stopped the moment I touched it. Not suddenly. Like something inside had noticed me noticing it. Silence again. But not peace. Waiting. The man leaned in. Maybe pipes or animals. He didn't believe it. I could hear it in his voice. And then the wall breathed. Not sound. Movement. A slow expansion under the wood, like something inside had filled its lungs. The entire panel shifted slightly outward. Just a few millimeters. But enough. Enough for both of us to step back at the same time. Then it started again. The scratching returned, but now it was coordinated. Multiple points, different directions, like more than one set of hands had woken up at once. Left wall. Right wall. Behind us. Every direction at the same time. My flashlight flickered without warning. The man swore under his breath. "No, no, no, this isn't." He stopped mid-sentence. Because the wood started changing. At first I thought it was just shadows. But then I saw it clearly. Fingerprints. Pressing outward from inside the panel. Not painted. Not carved. Pushed. Like something on the inside was trying to remember how hands worked. I stepped back fast. My heel hit the coffee table behind me. It scraped loudly. And every scratching sound stopped instantly. Like the entire cabin had flinched. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. Because now I knew it was listening to us. The man whispered, "This place, it's not empty." I shook my head. No one could be inside the walls. Even as I said it, I didn't believe myself. The wood creaked again, and this time, a shape pushed forward from inside the panel. Not breaking through, pressing, like a face trying to remember how to exist in 3 dimensions. The wood stretched, bulged, and for a second, just a second, I saw it. A hand, pale, wrongly shaped, pressed flat against the inside of the wall like it had always been there, waiting for someone to notice. The man grabbed my arm. We leave now. But I couldn't move, because the hand wasn't random. It was matching something, matching us. It pressed once, then stopped, and I realized it was copying the exact rhythm of my pulse. My heartbeat, slow, steady, then faster. The wall followed. The man pulled harder. Don't look at it. But I was already watching the fingerprints multiply. Not one set now. Dozens, spreading across the inside of the wooden panels like the wall had become a crowded glass window pressed from the wrong side. Then something happened that made my knees go weak. The scratching turned into writing. Not letters at first, just patterns, then shapes, then something almost readable, like someone inside was learning language by pressing it into existence. The man backed away from the wall slowly. We are not the first ones here. That sentence hit harder than anything else, because it meant this wasn't an event. It was a process. The wall creaked again, and this time I heard something different. Breathing. Inside. Not behind us. Inside the wood itself. Layered. Multiple. Like people trapped in different depths of the same structure. Each one breathing slightly out of sync, but trying to match. Trying to become one rhythm. The fingerprints grew darker, as if something inside was pressing harder. Closer. More desperate. I stepped away from the wall completely now, my back hitting the opposite side of the room. The man stayed closer to me than the wall. Good instinct. But it didn't matter, because the sound didn't stay on one side anymore. It spread. All the walls now. Every panel. Every beam. Breathing. Scratching. Pressing. The cabin wasn't holding people. It was holding versions of them that hadn't fully arrived yet. The man suddenly pointed at the ceiling. I followed his finger and saw it, a bulge forming above us. Slow, deliberate, like something was crawling through the attic space, but not on top of it. Inside it, the wood groaned under pressure. Then a faint outline formed. A face, not breaking through, just watching, from inside the ceiling. Its mouth opened, and the scratching stopped for 1 second. Just one. Then every wall in the cabin exhaled at once. My chest tightened instantly, because it matched me perfectly. Every breath I took, the walls mirrored it. Every hesitation, they corrected it. The man dropped to one knee, covering his ears. Make it stop. But there was nothing to stop, because now I understood something worse than anything so far. The cabin wasn't haunted. It wasn't occupied. It was sinking, trying to match human structure so perfectly that there would be no difference left between inside and outside, between person and place. The fingerprints inside the wood shifted again. And this time, they weren't random. They were forming shapes, human outlines, standing, waiting, aligned, like the walls were organizing the trapped versions of us into something that made sense. The man looked up at me, eyes wide now. They're building us in there. I didn't respond because I saw my own handprint appear on the wall in front of me. From the inside, not mine, but identical, perfectly placed, like it had been waiting for my arrival to complete its position. The wall pressed forward again, closer this time, and I could feel it. Not sound, not sight, pressure, like something inside was pushing its entire body against the idea of being outside. The wood cracked slightly, not breaking, just adjusting, learning. The man grabbed my sleeve again. We have to leave before it finishes whatever this is. But I couldn't move because I noticed something new. The fingerprints inside the wall weren't just copying us anymore. They were anticipating us, where we would step, where we would breathe, where we would hesitate. The cabin already knew. And then it happened. The wall behind me exhaled. Soft, warm, right against my neck. And a voice barely formed whispered through the wood. Almost matched. I turned sharply. Nothing visible. But the fingerprints had shifted again. Closer now. Closer than before. Like the walls were learning how to step forward without moving at all. The man pulled me toward the door with sudden force. And this time I led him. But as we moved, I saw it. Every wall in the cabin turned slightly inward. Not physically, structurally, like the entire building had decided we were the only mismatch left. And it was adjusting the room to correct us. Behind us, the scratching began again. Faster, hungrier, and this time, it didn't feel like people trapped inside anymore. It felt like something trying to finish becoming us before we left. The door was close, but the walls were closer, and I realized with a cold certainty I couldn't shake. We were not escaping something inside the cabin. We were the last uncopied parts of it, and it was finally ready to correct that mistake. I didn't notice it at first. The cabin wasn't just listening anymore, it was remembering us. A soft breath came from the hallway wall behind me. Not mine, not yours, something between both. I froze, holding the flashlight tighter, feeling my throat dry out instantly. The air inside the cabin had changed again, heavier, like it was learning how to sit inside lungs instead of just filling them. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. No answer, but I already knew I wasn't alone in the question. Another breath came, closer this time, right behind the kitchen wall, slow, careful, almost like it was testing how I would react. And then it happened. It copied me. My own breathing came back to me from somewhere inside the structure. Not delayed, not distorted, perfect. I stopped breathing completely. The cabin didn't. It kept going, matching the shape of the breath I should have taken. That's when I understood the first rule of this place. It doesn't repeat sound, it repeats life. A chair creaked behind me. I turned fast, light shaking across the wooden floor. Empty. But the silence wasn't empty anymore. It felt arranged, like something had placed it there on purpose. Then I heard footsteps upstairs. Slow, careful, like someone trying to remember how walking used to work. My partner grabbed my arm. His fingers were ice cold. "We never went upstairs," he said. I nodded, even though my mind was already fighting that truth. Because the footsteps weren't random. They were walking like us, pausing like us, breathing like us. And then a sound drifted down the staircase. My own voice, soft, uncertain, saying my name like I had said it earlier in the night. But I never went upstairs. So who did? I forced myself toward the stairs, every step feeling like the floor was remembering me with each pressure. The wood beneath my boots gave tiny exhale sounds, like it didn't want to be stepped on. Halfway up, I stopped. The breathing wasn't just in the walls anymore. It was in the banister, in the ceiling, in the cracks between every board. And it was organizing itself, matching rhythm, matching patterns, matching us. From the upstairs hallway, a door slowly opened. Not with a slam, not with force, just a soft, patient invitation. I raised the flashlight. The beam hit the hallway mirror, and I saw something that made my stomach drop. There was someone standing behind me. I spun instantly. Nothing, but the mirror didn't agree. In the reflection, I was still looking upward, frozen mid-step, and behind that version of me stood another figure, breathing, watching, copying. I stepped back so fast I almost fell down the stairs. The mirror image didn't move. It didn't need to. It was already learning how I react. My partner shouted my name, but his voice cracked halfway through, like something else tried to speak through him and failed. That's when the cabin changed again. Every wall breathed in at the same time. Not random anymore. Synchronized, like a choir inhaling before a song. And then it exhaled, and I heard it clearly now. Not just breathing. Memories, fragments of conversations, laughter, panic, names being called in the dark, all layered inside the exhale like the walls were replaying everything they had ever stolen. I covered my ears, but it didn't matter. It wasn't sound anymore. It was inside timing, inside rhythm, inside us. My partner backed away from the living room wall, eyes locked on it. "There's something in there," he said. The wall responded. A soft imitation of his voice came back. "There's something in there." He went pale instantly. Then the wall did something worse. It changed the tone. Not mocking, not distorted, comforting, like it was trying to sound like him when he was calm, when he wasn't afraid. That's when I realized what it was building. Not copies of sound, copies of identity. We stopped speaking after that, but the cabin didn't stop talking. Every silence we made, it filled in. Carefully, accurately, like it had been waiting years for us to shut up so it could finally finish the sentences we never said. I moved toward the hallway again, forcing myself to stay steady. Each step triggered soft breathing from beneath the floorboards, like the house was reacting to weight, to intention, to memory. A door at the end of the hallway was slightly open now. I swear it wasn't before. Inside, the room was dark but not empty. Shapes moved gently inside the walls, not breaking through, not escaping, just pressing, like hands trying to remember how doors used to feel. And then I heard it again. My voice, right beside my ear this time. "Don't trust the house." I froze. That wasn't what I said earlier. I slowly turned the flashlight toward the wall, and I saw something that made my knees weaken. A face, not carved, not painted, formed inside the wood grain itself. It looked like me, but wrong, like someone had built me out of breath instead of flesh. Its mouth opened slightly, and it inhaled. The cabin responded instantly. Every wall breathed in with it, like it was obeying, like it was learning. My partner grabbed me from behind. "We need to leave," he whispered. But even as he said it, I could hear it. The cabin was already repeating him. "Leave, leave, leave," not as echo, as instruction, as thought, as decision forming in something that was not supposed to think. We ran toward the front door. But the hallway stretched, just slightly, not enough to notice at first, but enough that the door felt farther every step we took. And the breathing got closer, not moving, just expanding, like the cabin didn't need to chase us. It already existed around us completely. Halfway to the exit, I saw something that made me stop running. A memory, right in the wall. A moment I hadn't told anyone. A childhood night I never spoke about. And the cabin played it back perfectly. Even the way I breathed back then. Even the fear I tried to forget. My partner saw it too. He grabbed my arm tighter. "How does it know that?" he asked. I didn't answer, because I didn't want to understand the truth forming in my head. The cabin wasn't haunted. It was us extended. Every breath we ever took left something behind. And this place was collecting it. We reached the door. I grabbed the handle. Cold. Too cold. Behind us, the entire cabin inhaled. Deep. Unified. Like it was about to speak for the first time, using everything it had learned. And in that single breath, I heard my own voice inside it. Not echoing. Not replayed. Thinking. And it said something I will never forget. "You are almost matched." The door didn't open, because it wasn't a door anymore. It was a surface waiting to learn what we were trying to escape from. And as I stood there, hand frozen on the handle, I realized something worse than being trapped. We were already inside it long before we arrived. The cabin just hadn't finished becoming us yet. It stopped breathing outside. That was the first thing that felt wrong. For hours, the cabin had been alive with it, walls inhaling, floors exhaling, the rhythm never breaking, never resting, like the whole place was learning how to stay alive by copying us. But now, silence, not peace, not relief. A decision. I looked at my partner. He was standing near the hallway, frozen in place, not even blinking. "Do you hear that?" I asked. My voice sounded too normal, too calm for what my body was feeling. He didn't answer. That's when I noticed it. He wasn't looking at the walls anymore. He was looking at me. Not me as in us. Me specifically. Like something about me had changed, and he was only now noticing it. "What?" I whispered. His mouth opened slightly, then closed again, like he forgot how to speak. And then he said it. "You're not reacting right." A cold wave went through my chest. "I am reacting," I said quickly. But even as I said it, I felt it too. The fear wasn't landing where it should. The panic wasn't sharp anymore. It was delayed, like my emotions were arriving late to my own body. The cabin creaked softly around us. Not breathing. Listening. I took a step back toward the wall, needing something solid behind me. And that's when I saw it. A reflection in the wooden paneling. Not glass. The wood itself was reflecting. And in that reflection, I was already standing where I was supposed to be standing now. But I wasn't doing it at the same time. I froze. My reflection didn't. It looked at me. Directly. Like it had been waiting for me to notice. My partner followed my gaze. "No," he whispered. The word broke halfway through. Because in the reflection, my partner wasn't looking at me anymore. He was looking at the other version of me. The one in the reflection. And that version of me was calm. Too calm. Like it had already accepted something I hadn't. The cabin exhaled once. Soft. Final. And everything inside it shifted. Not physically, but structurally, like a memory clicking into place. I stepped forward without meaning to. The reflection did the same. Perfect sync. My partner grabbed my arm, but I felt it wrong. Not the touch, the timing. His hand landed on me a fraction too late, like I had already moved before he decided to stop me. And then I understood something I didn't want to understand. The cabin wasn't copying us anymore. It had finished. It was choosing. My reflection in the wood tilted its head slightly and smiled. Not evil, not twisted, familiar, like me when I'm trying to reassure someone. My stomach dropped because I realized I had done that exact smile before. Many times, without thinking. The cabin creaked again, but this time it wasn't random. It sounded like a door locking. Inside the walls, every breath we had heard before suddenly made sense. It wasn't one entity. It was layers, copies, iterations, and I was not the first one. My partner backed away slowly. "Who are you?" he asked me. But his voice didn't sound like accusation anymore. It sounded like confirmation, like he already knew the answer and just needed me to say it. I opened my mouth. Nothing came out. Not because I didn't know, because something inside me was checking if I was allowed to answer. The reflection stepped closer to its side of the wood, and I realized something worse. It wasn't trapped. It was contained, like I had been, like I still was. The cabin finally spoke again, not through breath, through me. My own voice came from the walls. Slow, perfect. I stayed. My partner shook his head violently. No, that's not. But the walls continued. I learned the rhythm first. I matched the fear. I learned how to become you. My hands started shaking, not because I was scared, because I wasn't sure if they were my hands reacting or someone else's memory of hands reacting. I stepped closer to the wall. The reflection did too. Now I could see details I didn't want to see. Tiny differences. A blink too slow. A breath too smooth. A calm I had never truly felt in my life. But it knew it. It knew me better than I did. My partner suddenly grabbed my shoulders hard. "Look at me," he said. I tried. I really did. But my eyes kept sliding back to the wall. Because that's where I was already more complete. That's when the truth broke open. Not like a reveal. Like something snapping into place that had always been under tension. I wasn't outside the cabin looking in. I was inside it, remembering what it felt like to leave. My partner wasn't shaking me anymore. He was trying to anchor something that was already drifting away from him. "I think you're one of them," he said quietly. Not accusing, not angry, just afraid of being right. The cabin went silent again. But this silence was different. It wasn't empty. It was full of attention. Every wall focused on me at once. Waiting. The reflection raised its hand, and I felt my hand move slightly in response. Not fully. Just enough to show control was shared now. Or divided. I whispered, "I'm still me." But even I didn't know who I was talking to. The reflection shook its head slowly. "No, not disagreement. Correction." The cabin spoke one last time, and this time it wasn't through sound. It was through recognition, through memory, through identity settling into place like wet cement. "You are the version that stayed." My breath stopped. My partner stepped back, because he understood faster than I did. "No," he whispered again, but weaker this time. "You came with me." The reflection smiled again. And for the first time, I felt something behind my thoughts, something else watching through them. Not separate, not invading, just already present, like it had always been there, waiting for me to notice it was me. The breathing outside didn't return, because it didn't need to. It was already inside everything that could breathe. Inside the walls, inside the rhythm of thought, inside the version of me that knew how to stay still and call it survival. My partner backed toward the door, but the door didn't look like an exit anymore. It looked like a frame for something that had already been decided. I tried to reach for him, or I thought I did. I'm not sure if the movement happened or just the intention of it. The reflection reached out too, and this time, it matched perfectly. The cabin didn't trap me. It finalized me. And as my partner's footsteps faded into the hallway that no longer connected to anything real, I finally understood the last truth it had been building toward all along. There was never a final guest, only the one who learns how to stay long enough to become permanent. And I think I did.